There are moments in history when reality seems to unravel, when groups of people, entire towns, even nations, fall under a strange and unexplainable spell. Hundreds dancing until collapse, entire villages believing they're wolves, schools overtaken by laughter that won't stop for days. These aren't legends or tall tales. These are documented cases of mass hysteria and collective delusions, phenomena so bizarre and unsettling, they've puzzled psychologists, historians, and skeptics for centuries. How can so many people believe in something that isn't there? What triggers these contagious episodes of fear, madness, or belief? Tonight, we're diving deep into the unsettling world of mass psychogenic illness, examining stories that push the boundaries of psychology, sociology, and human nature itself. From mysterious plagues of laughter to phantom attackers and shared hallucinations, these are events that challenge our understanding of the human mind and the invisible threads that bind us together. Before we begin, a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the content. They add atmosphere, but the stories stand on their own through audio. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or drift off to these unsettling psychological enigmas. And if you find value in this kind of content, consider subscribing to the channel to support future deep dives. Let's begin our journey through over 4 hours of the strangest mass delusions in recorded history. The summer of 1962 should have been like any other in the small textile town of Montevallo, Alabama. Workers would arrive at the local clothing factory each morning, ready for another day of routine production work. The machines would hum steadily, fabric would move through the assembly lines, and by evening, another day's quota of garments would be complete. But what happened at that factory during those sweltering summer months defied all explanation and challenged everything we thought we knew about the power of the human mind. It began on a Monday morning in June. The factory floor was bustling with activity as usual when suddenly, one of the workers began to feel ill. She complained of nausea, dizziness, and a strange numbness spreading through her hands and feet. Within minutes, she collapsed at her sewing station, unable to continue working. Her supervisor immediately called for medical assistance, assuming she had suffered some kind of medical emergency. But as the morning progressed, more workers began to experience similar symptoms. By lunchtime, 5 employees had been taken ill with the same mysterious condition. They all described feeling nauseous and dizzy, and several complained of a peculiar tingling sensation in their extremities. The factory's management was concerned, but assumed it might be related to the heat or perhaps something the workers had eaten. The local doctor who examined the affected workers was puzzled. Their symptoms were real and consistent, but he could find no obvious medical cause. Blood tests came back normal. There were no signs of food poisoning or infection, and none of the workers had any history of the medical conditions that might explain their sudden illness. He recommended that they rest and stay hydrated, expecting they would recover quickly. But the next day, the situation became even more strange. Not only did the original 5 workers continue to feel unwell, but 3 more employees developed the same symptoms. By the end of the week, over a dozen factory workers had been affected by the mysterious illness. What was even more peculiar was that the symptoms seemed to be spreading in a very specific pattern. The illness appeared to be concentrated among workers in certain sections of the factory, particularly those working with a specific type of fabric that had recently arrived from a supplier. This led management to suspect that the fabric might be contaminated with some kind of chemical or pesticide that was making the workers sick. They immediately contacted the supplier and arranged for samples of the fabric to be tested. While waiting for the test results, the factory implemented several precautionary measures. They increased ventilation in the affected areas, provided masks for workers handling the suspicious fabric, and moved some employees to different sections of the factory. But despite these precautions, more workers continued to fall ill. The pattern of the illness was unlike anything medical professionals in the area had seen before. The affected workers would suddenly develop symptoms while on the job, usually starting with nausea and dizziness, followed by the characteristic tingling in their hands and feet. Some workers also reported feeling short of breath and experiencing heart palpitations. The symptoms would persist for several hours or even days, but eventually, most workers would recover completely. What made the situation even more puzzling was that the illness seemed to be affecting only certain workers while leaving others completely unaffected. Two people could be working side by side, handling the same materials and breathing the same air, but only one would develop symptoms. There was no obvious pattern to who was affected and who wasn't. As news of the mysterious illness spread through the small town, residents began to worry. Was there some kind of industrial accident at the factory? Was there a toxic chemical leak that might affect the broader community? Local health authorities launched an investigation to determine the cause of the outbreak and assess any potential public health risks. The investigation team included doctors, industrial hygienists, and environmental health specialists. They conducted extensive testing of the factory's air quality, water supply, and all the materials used in production. They analyzed samples of the fabric that was suspected of being contaminated, tested the cleaning chemicals used in the facility, and examined the ventilation systems for any problems. To everyone's surprise, all the tests came back negative. The air quality in the factory was normal. There were no toxic chemicals detected in any of the materials, and the suspected fabric was completely clean. The factory's environmental conditions were well within acceptable standards, and there was no evidence of any substance that could be causing the workers' illness. This finding left investigators even more puzzled. If there was no environmental cause for the workers' symptoms, what was making them sick? The symptoms were clearly real. The affected workers were genuinely ill, but there seemed to be no physical explanation for their condition. As the investigation continued, an interesting pattern began to emerge. Researchers noticed that the illness seemed to be spreading through social networks within the factory. Workers who were friends with each other or who worked closely together were more likely to develop symptoms around the same time. This suggested that the illness might be spreading through some kind of social contagion rather than environmental exposure. Dr. James Kirchhoff, an industrial psychologist who was brought in to consult on the case, proposed a radical theory. He suggested that the factory workers might be experiencing what's known as mass psychogenic illness, also called mass hysteria or collective hysteria. This is a phenomenon where physical symptoms spread through a group of people as a result of psychological rather than physical factors. The idea was initially met with skepticism from both factory management and the affected workers themselves. How could psychological factors cause real physical symptoms? And why would previously healthy workers suddenly develop a collective delusion? But as Dr. Kirchhoff explained, mass psychogenic illness is a well-documented phenomenon that has occurred throughout history in various settings. Mass psychogenic illness typically occurs in closed or semi-closed environments where people spend a lot of time together and share common stresses or anxieties. Factories, schools, and military barracks are common settings for these outbreaks. The symptoms are usually real and can be quite severe, but they have no identifiable physical cause. The condition often begins with one person experiencing genuine symptoms, which might be caused by stress, anxiety, or even a minor physical ailment. When others observe these symptoms, especially in a high-stress environment, they may unconsciously begin to experience similar symptoms themselves. The power of suggestion and the contagious nature of anxiety can cause the condition to spread rapidly through a group. In the case of the Montevallo factory, Dr. Kirchhoff identified several factors that might have contributed to an outbreak of mass psychogenic illness. The workers were under pressure to meet production quotas. The summer heat made working conditions uncomfortable, and there had been recent rumors about potential layoffs due to declining orders. These stressors could have created an environment where workers were particularly susceptible to developing psychosomatic symptoms. The specific nature of the symptoms, nausea, dizziness, and tingling sensations, was also consistent with mass psychogenic illness. These are common manifestations of anxiety and stress, and they can be quite real and debilitating even when they have no physical cause. The fact that the symptoms seemed to spread through social networks within the factory also supported the psychological explanation. But proving that the outbreak was psychological rather than physical was challenging. The affected workers and their families were understandably resistant to the idea that the illness was all in their heads. They had experienced real symptoms and genuine suffering, and the suggestion that it was psychological felt dismissive of their pain. Dr. Kirchhoff worked carefully to explain that mass psychogenic illness doesn't mean that people are faking their symptoms or that the illness isn't real. The symptoms are genuine and can be just as debilitating as those caused by physical diseases. The difference is in the underlying mechanism that produces the symptoms. To test his theory, Dr. Kirchhoff recommended implementing several interventions designed to address the psychological factors that might be contributing to the outbreak. These included improving communication between management and workers, addressing concerns about job security, implementing stress reduction programs, and making environmental improvements to the factory, even though no physical problems had been identified. The factory management was initially reluctant to embrace the psychological explanation, partly because they were concerned about the legal and financial implications. If the illness was caused by workplace conditions, even psychological ones, they might be liable for workers' compensation claims and other costs. But as the outbreak continued and more workers were affected, they agreed to try Dr. Kirchhoff's recommendations. The interventions had a remarkable effect. Within weeks of implementing the new programs, the number of new cases began to decline. Workers who had been experiencing symptoms started to recover more quickly, and the overall atmosphere in the factory improved. By the end of August, the mysterious illness had virtually disappeared, and production returned to normal. The success of the psychological interventions strongly supported the theory that the outbreak had been a case of mass psychogenic illness. But the case continued to generate debate and discussion among medical professionals, industrial psychologists, and occupational health specialists. Some critics argued that the investigators had simply failed to identify the true physical cause of the illness. They pointed out that industrial chemicals and environmental toxins can sometimes be difficult to detect, especially with the testing methods available in 1962. They suggested that a subtle but real contamination might have been responsible for the workers' symptoms. Others questioned whether the psychological explanation was too convenient, allowing the factory owners to avoid responsibility for potentially unsafe working conditions. They argued that even if the immediate cause of the symptoms was psychological, the underlying workplace stresses that contributed to the outbreak were real and needed to be addressed. But supporters of the mass psychogenic illness explanation pointed to the pattern of the outbreak, the lack of any identifiable physical cause despite extensive testing, and the successful resolution of the problem through psychological interventions. They argued that the case provided valuable insights into the complex relationship between mind and body and the powerful effects that psychological factors can have on physical health. The Montevallo factory outbreak was not an isolated incident. Similar cases of mass psychogenic illness have been documented in various settings throughout history. One of the most famous occurred in 1944 at a munitions factory in Indiana, where dozens of workers developed symptoms similar to those experienced in Montevallo. Another well-documented case happened in 1980 at a factory in Singapore, where hundreds of workers were affected by a mysterious illness that was ultimately attributed to mass hysteria. These cases share several common characteristics. They typically occur in enclosed environments where people work or live closely together. They often begin during periods of high stress or anxiety. The symptoms are usually consistent within each outbreak, but can vary significantly between different incidents. And in most cases, no physical cause can be identified despite extensive investigation. The phenomenon is not limited to industrial settings. Mass psychogenic illness has been reported in schools, military units, religious communities, and other group environments. The symptoms can range from nausea and dizziness to more dramatic manifestations like seizures or temporary paralysis. In some cases, hundreds or even thousands of people can be affected. One of the most challenging aspects of mass psychogenic illness is distinguishing it from genuine environmental or infectious disease outbreaks. The symptoms are real, the suffering is genuine, and the initial assumption is almost always that there must be a physical cause. It's only after extensive investigation fails to identify any environmental factors that psychological explanations are typically considered. The stigma associated with mental health issues can also make it difficult to address mass psychogenic illness effectively. People who are experiencing real physical symptoms understandably resist the suggestion that the cause might be psychological. They may feel that their concerns are being dismissed or that they're being accused of making up their illness. This resistance can actually contribute to the persistence of the outbreak. When people feel that their symptoms aren't being taken seriously or that the true cause isn't being investigated, their anxiety and stress levels may increase, potentially worsening their symptoms and making recovery more difficult. Effective treatment of mass psychogenic illness requires a delicate balance. Healthcare providers must take the symptoms seriously and provide appropriate medical care, while also addressing the underlying psychological factors. This often involves reassuring affected individuals that their symptoms are real and valid, while explaining that the cause may be different from what they initially suspected. The Montevallo case became a landmark study in the field of occupational psychology and helped establish protocols for investigating similar outbreaks. Dr. Kirchhoff's work demonstrated the importance of considering psychological factors in workplace health investigations and showed how environmental improvements and stress reduction programs could be effective in preventing and treating mass psychogenic illness. The factory workers who were affected by the outbreak eventually recovered completely, and many continued to work at the facility for years afterward. The experience had a lasting impact on the workplace culture, with management implementing ongoing programs to address worker stress and improve communication. The factory became something of a model for how to create a psychologically healthy work environment. But the case also raised broader questions about the nature of illness and the complex relationships between mind, body, and environment. If psychological factors could produce such real and debilitating physical symptoms, what did that say about our understanding of health and disease? How many other mysterious illness outbreaks throughout history might have had similar psychological origins? The phenomenon of mass psychogenic illness continues to be studied by researchers today. Modern neuroscience and psychology have provided new insights into how psychological stress and suggestion can produce physical symptoms. Brain imaging studies have shown that psychosomatic symptoms involve real changes in brain activity and can be just as physiologically valid as symptoms caused by physical diseases. The case of the Montevallo factory workers reminds us that the human mind is far more powerful than we often realize. Our thoughts, emotions, and social connections can have profound effects on our physical health, sometimes in ways that challenge our conventional understanding of medicine and science. The mysterious outbreak that terrified a small Alabama town ultimately taught us important lessons about the complex nature of human health and the surprising ways that psychology and physiology intersect. Today, the factory in Montevallo is long gone, replaced by other businesses and developments. But the story of what happened there during that strange summer of 1962 continues to fascinate researchers and serves as a reminder of one of the most puzzling aspects of human nature: the mysterious connection between mind and body, and the powerful ways that our psychological state can manifest in physical symptoms that are as real as any caused by bacteria, viruses, or toxins. In the quiet hills of Virginia, nestled between rolling mountains and peaceful farmland, lies Boatert County. It's the kind of place where everyone knows their neighbors, where the biggest excitement might be the annual county fair or a high school football game. But in the winter of 1930, this sleepy rural community became the center of one of America's most baffling mysteries. A mystery that would leave residents terrified to sleep in their own homes, authorities completely stumped, and investigators scratching their heads for decades to come. It started on December 22, 1930. Homer Hilton and his family were settling in for the night at their home in Haymakertown, a small community within Boatert County. The house was quiet, the children were asleep, and Homer was just drifting off when something strange began to happen. A sweet, sickly smell started to seep through the house. At first, it was barely noticeable, but within minutes it became overwhelming. The family began to feel nauseous. Their throats started to burn, and they experienced difficulty breathing. Homer stumbled outside, gasping for fresh air, trying to understand what was happening. Was there a gas leak? Had something caught fire? But as he looked around the property, everything seemed normal. No smoke, no obvious source of the strange odor. The smell seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Inside the house, his wife and children were becoming increasingly ill, coughing and struggling to breathe. What made this incident even stranger was that the smell seemed to be concentrated around the windows and doors, as if someone had deliberately released some kind of gas near the house. But who would do such a thing? And why? The Hilton family had no enemies, no ongoing disputes with neighbors. They were ordinary people living ordinary lives in a peaceful community. The next morning, the smell had dissipated, and the family felt better, though they remained shaken by the experience. Homer reported the incident to local authorities, but without any physical evidence or obvious explanation, there wasn't much they could do. They filed a report and assumed it was an isolated incident, perhaps caused by some kind of natural gas leak or unusual weather phenomenon. But then it happened again. 3 days later, on Christmas Day 1930, the Hilton family was struck once more. This time, the attack was even more severe. The sweet, cloying smell filled their home in the middle of the night, causing the entire family to become violently ill. They experienced the same symptoms as before: nausea, burning throats, and difficulty breathing, but the effects lasted longer and were more intense. Homer was convinced that someone was deliberately targeting his family. He began to patrol his property at night, armed with a shotgun, determined to catch whoever was responsible. But despite his vigilance, he never saw anyone. The attacks seemed to come from thin air, striking without warning and leaving no trace behind. Word of the strange incidents began to spread throughout the small community. In rural areas, news travels fast, and soon everyone in Boatert County had heard about the mysterious gas attacks on the Hilton family. Some people were skeptical, thinking perhaps the family was imagining things, or that there was a simple explanation they hadn't considered. Others were genuinely concerned and began to worry about their own safety. Then, in early January 1931, the attack spread beyond the Hilton family. A. Kelly, who lived nearby, reported a similar incident at his home. In the middle of the night, a strange, sweet smell filled his house, making his family sick with the same symptoms the Hiltons had experienced. Like the Hiltons, the Kelly family found no obvious source for the gas and no sign of an intruder. Within days, more families came forward with similar stories. The Dudley family, the Huffman family, the Crawford family, all reported mysterious gas attacks in the middle of the night. The pattern was always the same. A sweet, sickly smell would suddenly fill their homes, causing nausea, throat irritation, and breathing difficulties. The attacks seemed to target entire families, affecting everyone in the house simultaneously. Local authorities were baffled. Sheriff Williamson and his deputies had never encountered anything like this before. They increased patrols in the affected areas and interviewed the victims extensively, but they found no common thread connecting the targeted families. The victims came from different social backgrounds, had different occupations, and lived in different parts of the county. There was no obvious motive for the attacks. As the incidents continued, fear began to grip the community. Residents started sleeping with loaded guns beside their beds. Some families moved in with relatives in other counties, too frightened to stay in their own homes. Others organized neighborhood watch groups, taking turns patrolling the area throughout the night. The local newspaper, the Fincastle Herald, began covering the story extensively. Headlines screamed about the mysterious Mad Gasser, a nickname that quickly stuck. The coverage brought the story to the attention of state authorities and even attracted some national media interest. But despite the increased attention, no one seemed any closer to solving the mystery. Detective work in rural Virginia in 1930 was far different from today. There were no sophisticated forensic techniques, no way to analyze trace amounts of unknown chemicals, no security cameras or electronic surveillance. The investigators had to rely on eyewitness accounts, physical evidence that could be seen with the naked eye, and old-fashioned detective work. Several theories began to emerge about the identity and motives of the Mad Gasser. Some believed it was a local person with a grudge against the community, perhaps someone who felt wronged and was seeking revenge. Others thought it might be an outsider, a drifter or criminal who had chosen Boatort County as the target for some twisted experiment or prank. The method of the attacks was particularly puzzling. How was the gas being delivered? Investigators found no evidence of forced entry into any of the homes. There were no broken windows, no signs that doors had been tampered with, no footprints or other physical evidence around the targeted houses. It was as if the gas appeared by magic. Some experts speculated that the attacker might be using some kind of spraying device to introduce the gas through windows or vents. Others suggested that the gas might be heavier than air and was being poured or released near the foundation of the houses, then seeping up through floorboards or cracks. But searches of the properties revealed no obvious entry points or residual traces of whatever substance was being used. The chemical nature of the gas itself was another mystery. Victims consistently described it as having a sweet, sickly smell, sometimes compared to flowers or perfume, but with an underlying chemical odor that was distinctly unpleasant. The effects were always similar: immediate nausea, throat irritation, and difficulty breathing, but the symptoms typically subsided within a few hours of exposure. Local doctors who treated the victims were puzzled by the consistency of the symptoms. Dr. S.F. Driver, one of the physicians who examined several of the affected families, noted that the symptoms were real and consistent, ruling out the possibility that the victims were simply imagining their illness. But he was unable to identify what substance could cause such specific effects. As weeks passed, the frequency of attacks seemed to increase. By late January 1931, incidents were being reported almost daily. The entire county was on edge, and the story was making headlines across Virginia and beyond. State police were called in to assist local authorities, and the investigation became a major priority for law enforcement. The state investigators brought more resources and experience to the case, but they were just as baffled as the local authorities had been. They conducted extensive interviews with victims, analyzed the targeted homes for patterns, and even brought in experts from the state university to try to identify the mysterious gas. But despite their efforts, the Mad Gasser remained as elusive as ever. One of the most frustrating aspects of the case was the complete lack of physical evidence. In most criminal cases, perpetrators leave some trace of their presence: fingerprints, footprints, DNA evidence, witnesses who saw them coming or going. But the mad gasser seemed to operate like a ghost, striking without warning and disappearing without a trace. The randomness of the attacks also made it difficult to predict where the gasser might strike next. There was no obvious pattern to the timing or location of the incidents. Sometimes multiple families would be attacked on the same night in different parts of the county. Other times, there would be several days between attacks. The unpredictability added to the fear and made it impossible for authorities to position resources effectively. As the investigation continued, some interesting details began to emerge from the victim accounts. Several witnesses reported seeing a tall, thin figure dressed in dark clothing near their homes on the nights of the attacks. The figure was always seen from a distance and always seemed to disappear quickly when spotted. But the descriptions were consistent enough to suggest that the witnesses might actually be seeing the same person. Mrs. A. Kelly reported seeing a man running away from her house immediately after the gas attack. She described him as tall and wearing dark clothes, but it was night and she couldn't make out any facial features. Homer Hilton also reported seeing a suspicious figure near his property on one of the nights he was attacked, but again, the person was too far away and it was too dark to get a good look. These sightings gave investigators their first real leads. They began questioning local residents about strangers in the area or anyone who might fit the description of the mysterious figure. They also started looking into the backgrounds of local residents who matched the physical description, but their efforts yielded no solid suspects. The case took an interesting turn when investigators began to notice that the attacks seemed to be concentrated in certain areas of the county. While incidents had been reported from various locations, there appeared to be clusters of activity around specific communities. This led to speculation that the attacker might be someone who was familiar with these areas, perhaps a local resident or someone who had lived in the county previously. Law enforcement set up surveillance in the areas where attacks had been most frequent, hoping to catch the mad gasser in the act. Deputies and state police officers spent countless hours hiding in the darkness, watching and waiting for the mysterious figure to strike again. But despite their vigilance, the attacks continued to occur in areas where no surveillance was present. The investigation also explored the possibility that the attacks might be connected to bootlegging activities. 1930, one was during Prohibition, and illegal alcohol production was common in rural areas like Beaufort County. Investigators wondered if the gas attacks might be related to disputes between rival bootleggers, or if someone was using chemical knowledge gained from illegal distilling operations. However, interviews with known bootleggers in the area and investigations into local illegal alcohol operations revealed no connections to the gas attacks. The bootleggers were as puzzled and concerned about the mad gasser as everyone else in the community. As winter turned to spring, something unexpected happened. The attacks began to decrease in frequency. By March 1931, incidents were being reported only occasionally, and by April they had stopped altogether. The mad gasser, whoever he was, seemed to have disappeared as mysteriously as he had appeared. The sudden end to the attacks was almost as puzzling as the attacks themselves. Why had they stopped? Had the perpetrator been scared off by the increased law enforcement presence? Had he moved to another area? Had he been caught for some other crime? Or had whatever was motivating the attacks simply run its course? Investigators continued to work the case even after the attacks stopped, hoping that the passage of time might bring new leads or that the perpetrator might make a mistake that would reveal his identity. But no new evidence emerged, and no one was ever arrested in connection with the mad gasser attacks. Over the years, the case became something of a local legend. Old-timers would tell stories about the winter when the mad gasser terrorized Beaufort County, and each telling seemed to add new details or embellish existing ones. But despite the passage of time and the fading of memories, the core mystery remained unsolved. Modern investigators and amateur sleuths have revisited the case numerous times, applying contemporary analytical techniques and psychological profiling methods to the historical evidence. Some have suggested that the mad gasser might have been suffering from some form of mental illness that drove him to commit these strange attacks. Others have theorized that the incidents might have been connected to early chemical warfare experiments or industrial accidents. One theory that has gained some traction over the years is that the mad gasser might have been someone with access to industrial chemicals, perhaps a worker at a local factory, or someone involved in agriculture who had knowledge of pesticides or other chemical substances. The sweet smell described by victims could have been consistent with certain industrial solvents or agricultural chemicals that were available in the 1930s. Another possibility that has been explored is that the attacks might have been the work of someone conducting some kind of twisted psychological experiment. The consistent targeting of families, the nighttime timing of the attacks, and the fact that the perpetrator never escalated to more serious violence all suggest someone who might have been more interested in terrorizing the community than in causing serious physical harm. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the mad gasser case is how it reflects the fears and anxieties of its time. The early 1930s were a period of significant social and economic upheaval in America. The Great Depression was beginning to take hold, traditional ways of life were being challenged, and many people felt uncertain about the future. In this context, the mad gasser represented a kind of unknown threat that couldn't be understood or controlled through conventional means. He struck at the most basic sense of security, the safety of home and family, and he did so in a way that defied rational explanation. For a community already struggling with economic hardship and social change, the mad gasser attacks became a symbol of all the forces that seemed to be beyond their control. The case also demonstrates how fear can spread through a community and take on a life of its own. What began as isolated incidents affecting a few families eventually grew into a county-wide panic that captured national attention. The power of suggestion and collective anxiety may have played a role in some of the later reported incidents, as people became hyper-aware of any unusual smells or sensations in their homes. But this doesn't diminish the reality of what happened in Beaufort County during those winter months of 1930 and 31. Something or someone was definitely causing these mysterious gas attacks. Real families were made genuinely ill by exposure to some unknown substance. The question of who was responsible and why they did it remains as compelling today as it was nearly a century ago. The mad gasser of Beaufort County stands as one of America's most enduring unsolved mysteries. It's a case that combines elements of criminal investigation, community psychology, and historical mystery in a way that continues to fascinate researchers and amateur detectives alike. And somewhere in the hills of Virginia, the truth about what really happened during those terrifying winter nights remains buried, waiting perhaps for some new piece of evidence or fresh perspective to finally bring the mystery to light. In the autumn of 1947, just 2 years after the end of World War II, Europe was still a continent trying to heal. Cities lay in ruins, families were separated, and food remained scarce in many regions. Rationing was still in effect across much of the continent, and luxuries like chocolate were precious commodities that most people could only dream of tasting again. But then something happened that would turn this beloved treat into a source of terror that spread across multiple countries, creating one of the most unusual episodes of mass hysteria in modern history. It began quietly enough in the small town of Markthadenfeld, Germany, on October 15, 1947. A local shopkeeper named Hans Müller had just received a shipment of chocolate bars, the first he'd seen in months. Word spread quickly through the town, and by midday, a small crowd had gathered outside his shop. People were desperate for even the smallest taste of normalcy, something sweet to remind them of better times before the war. Children pressed their faces against the shop window, their breath fogging the glass as they stared at the brown bars wrapped in simple paper. But within hours of the chocolate being sold, something went terribly wrong. Children who had eagerly devoured their small portions began falling ill. First, it was young Anna Hoffman, an 8-year-old girl who started vomiting violently after eating just 2 squares of chocolate. Her mother found her doubled over in their small apartment, her face pale and covered in sweat. Then her friend Klaus, who had shared the bar with her, began experiencing severe stomach cramps that left him writhing on the floor of his family's kitchen. By evening, 7 children in the town were sick, all with the same symptoms: nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and what parents described as an unusual metallic taste in their mouths. But it wasn't just the physical symptoms that alarmed the parents. The children seemed genuinely terrified, speaking of strange visions and an overwhelming sense that something terrible was about to happen. Little Anna kept crying that she could taste metal in her mouth, even days later, and Klaus refused to even look at anything brown in color. The local doctor, Heinrich Weber, was baffled. He had seen cases of food poisoning before, but there was something different about this. The children weren't just sick, they seemed genuinely traumatized by the experience. Some claimed they could see dark shadows moving in the corners of their vision, while others insisted they could smell something rotten whenever they thought about the chocolate. Dr. Weber had served as a medic during the war and had seen his share of psychological trauma, but this was unlike anything he had encountered. Word of the incident spread quickly to neighboring towns, amplified by the newly restored radio networks and the growing number of newspapers that were beginning to circulate again. In a time when communication was still limited and news traveled slowly, the story of the poisoned chocolate took on a life of its own. Each retelling added new details, new symptoms, and new fears. Radio announcers spoke in hushed, concerned tones about the mysterious illness that was striking down innocent children who had only wanted a taste of sweetness after years of deprivation. By the end of October, reports of chocolate poisoning were coming in from across Bavaria. In Munich, a baker named Friedrich Steinberg claimed that 3 of his customers had fallen ill after eating chocolate cake that he had made with bars from the same distributor as the Markthadenfeld chocolate. The symptoms were identical: violent nausea, metallic taste, and what the victims described as waking nightmares that haunted them for days afterward. In Nuremberg, a mother named Ingrid Schneider swore that her twin daughters had developed mysterious rashes after sharing a chocolate bar they had found in the rubble of a bombed building. The girls, both 9 years old, had been so excited to find the intact chocolate that they had eaten it immediately. Within hours, angry red welts had appeared on their arms and faces, and they complained of feeling dizzy and confused. When Ingrid tried to give them water, they claimed it tasted like metal and made them feel worse. Each story seemed to confirm what people were beginning to fear: that chocolate, the symbol of sweetness and innocence, had been contaminated with something sinister. The fear wasn't entirely irrational. Europe in 1947 was a continent still reeling from 6 years of war, occupation, and destruction. People had lived through rationing, black market dealings, and the constant fear that their food might be contaminated or adulterated with dangerous substances. Stories of Nazi experiments with food supplies and poison were still fresh in everyone's minds. During the war, there had been documented cases of occupying forces contaminating food supplies, and rumors of even more sinister experiments in concentration camps. The idea that chocolate might be tainted seemed not just possible, but probable to people who had learned the hard way that nothing could be trusted completely. But as the reports spread beyond Germany's borders, they began to take on increasingly bizarre characteristics. In France, witnesses claimed that contaminated chocolate caused temporary blindness that lasted for several hours. A schoolteacher in Lyon reported that after eating a single piece of chocolate, she had lost her vision completely for an entire afternoon, experiencing what she described as a world of shifting gray shadows and strange whispers. In Belgium, people reported that eating certain chocolate bars made them speak in tongues, or caused them to see visions of deceased relatives. A factory worker in Brussels claimed that after consuming chocolate from a German supplier, he had spent an entire night conversing with his father, who had died in the trenches during World War I. The visions were so vivid and detailed that he was convinced they were real, even days later when his rational mind told him otherwise. In Switzerland, ironically the home of some of the world's finest chocolate, there were reports of entire families falling ill after sharing chocolate that had allegedly been smuggled in from Germany. The Zimmermann family of Basel reported that after eating chocolate bars purchased from a black market dealer, all 6 family members had experienced simultaneous hallucinations of being pursued by dark figures through their own home. They had barricaded themselves in their bedroom for an entire night, convinced that intruders were trying to break down their door. Government officials across Europe found themselves dealing with a crisis they had never anticipated. In Germany, British occupation authorities launched a comprehensive investigation into the chocolate supply chain, worried that this might be some form of sabotage by Nazi sympathizers who had gone underground, or perhaps even communist agents seeking to destabilize the reconstruction effort. Teams of investigators traced chocolate shipments from manufacturers to distributors to retailers, looking for any sign of tampering or contamination. French officials began seizing chocolate shipments at the border, quarantining entire truckloads of candy, while laboratory technicians performed extensive chemical analysis. The French Ministry of Health issued official warnings advising citizens to avoid all chocolate products until the source of the contamination could be identified and eliminated. Similar measures were taken in Belgium, where authorities started requiring special permits for chocolate imports and established inspection stations at major border crossings. The investigation revealed something that should have been reassuring but somehow only made things worse. There was no evidence of any contamination. Chemical analysis of the chocolate samples from Markthadenfeld showed nothing unusual. The bars contained the standard ingredients expected in post-war chocolate: cocoa, sugar, milk powder, and small amounts of vanilla. Laboratory tests found no traces of poison, heavy metals, drugs, or any other harmful substances that could explain the reported symptoms. But this finding, rather than calming public fears, only fueled more speculation and deeper anxiety. If the chocolate wasn't actually contaminated, then what was making people sick? Some theorists suggested that the contamination was so sophisticated that current testing methods couldn't detect it. Perhaps, they argued, Nazi scientists had developed some new form of psychological warfare agent that was undetectable by conventional means, but could still cause the reported symptoms. Others proposed that the problem wasn't with the chocolate itself, but with the psychological state of people who had been deprived of such luxuries for so long. Dr. Elisabeth Kessler, a psychiatrist working with war refugees in Frankfurt, proposed a different explanation that would prove to be remarkably prescient. She suggested that the chocolate panic was a form of collective trauma response, a way for entire communities to process the psychological damage inflicted by years of war, deprivation, and uncertainty. Dr. Kessler argued that after years of having to be suspicious of everything they ate, of never knowing if their food was safe or sufficient, people had developed what she called hypervigilant eating disorders. The sudden return of chocolate, something so strongly associated with childhood innocence and peacetime pleasures, triggered deep-seated anxieties about whether they deserved such luxuries, whether accepting them might somehow be dangerous, or whether this apparent return to normalcy was just another cruel trick of fate. Her theory gained support when researchers noticed that the symptoms reported by chocolate panic victims were remarkably similar to those experienced by people suffering from severe anxiety attacks: nausea, dizziness, rapid heartbeat, sweating, and a sense of impending doom. The metallic taste that so many reported could easily be explained by the physiological effects of extreme anxiety, which can alter taste perception, cause dry mouth, and create unusual sensory experiences. The hallucinations and visions that many victims described also fit patterns seen in trauma-related psychological disorders. People who had experienced extreme stress during the war often reported intrusive thoughts, flashbacks, and sensory disturbances that could easily be triggered by unexpected events or strong emotional responses. The act of eating chocolate, something that should have been pleasurable, instead became a trigger for deeply buried psychological wounds. But the panic continued to spread across Europe, taking on new dimensions as it crossed borders and encountered different cultural contexts. In Italy, where chocolate had been equally scarce during the war and the German occupation, reports emerged of people falling ill after eating not just chocolate bars, but anything chocolate-flavored: cakes, cookies, hot chocolate drinks, and even chocolate-scented soaps and perfumes. The symptoms were consistent with the earlier reports: nausea, vomiting, and what witnesses described as an overwhelming sense of guilt and fear. Italian victims often reported feeling as though they were being punished for indulging in pleasure, while so many others continued to suffer. A seamstress in Rome claimed that after eating a piece of chocolate cake at her daughter's birthday party, she had been haunted for weeks by visions of starving children standing outside her window, accusing her of selfishness and gluttony. The guilt was so overwhelming that she stopped eating chocolate entirely and couldn't bring herself to celebrate any happy occasions for months afterward. By December 1947, the chocolate panic had reached Britain, where rationing was still in effect and chocolate remained a luxury item available only in small quantities. British newspapers picked up the story from continental Europe with headlines like "Continental Chocolate Curse Crosses Channel" and "Sweet Death Stalks Europe's Children." The dramatic coverage, combined with the natural British suspicion of foreign food products, created the perfect conditions for the panic to take root. Suddenly, people in London, Manchester, Liverpool, and Birmingham began reporting similar symptoms after eating their meager chocolate rations. The British Medical Journal published a letter from Dr. Margaret Thornton, a physician in Yorkshire, who described treating 12 patients in a single week, all claiming to have been poisoned by chocolate. What made her cases particularly intriguing was that several of the patients had eaten chocolate that came from their official government rations, meaning it had passed through multiple levels of quality control and inspection. What made the British cases particularly interesting to researchers was that the chocolate in question came from completely different supply chains than the European chocolate that had started the panic. British chocolate was produced domestically by companies like Cadbury and Rowntree, or imported from Commonwealth countries like Canada and Australia, with no connection whatsoever to the German chocolate that had allegedly started the contamination scare. Yet the symptoms reported by British victims were identical to those described across the continent, and the fear was just as real and debilitating. This geographic and supply chain disconnect should have been evidence that the panic was psychological rather than based on actual contamination. But instead of reassuring people, it only deepened the mystery and fed more sinister theories. Some suggested that the contamination was so widespread that it had affected chocolate production globally. Others proposed that the contamination wasn't in the chocolate itself, but in some ingredient or processing method that was used by chocolate manufacturers worldwide. The media played a crucial role in spreading and amplifying the panic across Europe and beyond. Newspapers, hungry for stories that would sell papers in a time when people were desperate for news and distraction from the ongoing hardships of post-war reconstruction, began printing increasingly sensationalized accounts of chocolate poisoning. Headlines screamed about death chocolate, the sweet poison that's killing Europe's children, and candy contamination conspiracy. Radio broadcasts featured dramatic readings of victim testimonies, complete with sound effects to emphasize the suffering and create an atmosphere of fear and suspense. One particularly influential program, broadcast simultaneously across multiple European countries, featured what purported to be recorded interviews with chocolate poisoning victims, though many of these were later revealed to be dramatizations performed by actors. The power of radio to reach into people's homes and create shared experiences of fear cannot be overstated in understanding how the panic spread so quickly and effectively. One particularly influential and damaging report came from a French journalist named Pierre Dubois, who claimed to have conducted an extensive investigation into the source of the contaminated chocolate. According to his supposedly meticulous research, which was published in newspapers across Europe and translated into multiple languages, the contaminated chocolate could be traced to a specific factory in the American-occupied zone of Germany. Dubois claimed that former Nazi scientists, working in secret with the knowledge and protection of sympathetic German industrialists, had been experimenting with psychological warfare techniques that included the contamination of food supplies with substances designed to cause hallucinations, terror, and psychological breakdown. His report included detailed technical descriptions of the alleged contamination process, interviews with supposed witnesses, and even photographs of the factory where the contamination allegedly took place. The Dubois report was later proven to be completely fabricated. The factory he described didn't exist, the witnesses he quoted were fictional, and the photographs were either staged or misrepresented images of unrelated facilities. But by the time these facts were established, the report had been broadcast, reprinted, and discussed across Europe, becoming a crucial piece of evidence in many people's minds that the chocolate panic was the result of a deliberate conspiracy rather than mass hysteria. The psychological impact of these reports cannot be overstated. In a time when people were already struggling with trauma, malnutrition, and uncertainty about the future, the idea that even chocolate, the most innocent and joyful of treats, could be turned into a weapon was devastating. Parents began hiding chocolate from their children, not because it was scarce, but because they feared it might harm them. Some people reported developing a phobia of the smell or sight of chocolate that lasted for years, associating it permanently with danger and betrayal. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the chocolate panic was how it revealed the deep psychological scars left by the war. Many of the people who reported chocolate poisoning were individuals who had survived concentration camps, bombing raids, forced labor, or occupation by enemy forces. For them, the idea that their food might be contaminated wasn't paranoia or hysteria. It was a survival instinct developed through years of very real danger, where trusting the wrong food source could literally mean death. Dr. Victor Stern, a psychiatrist who had himself survived Auschwitz and was working with Holocaust survivors in Vienna, wrote extensively about the chocolate panic in the early 1950s. He argued that the episode represented a form of collective post-traumatic stress disorder, a way for entire communities to process the trauma of war through a shared experience of fear and illness. The chocolate, he suggested, became a symbol for all the ways that war had poisoned the simple pleasures of life, turning even the most innocent joys into potential sources of danger. Dr. Stern noted that many of his patients who reported chocolate poisoning were individuals who had been forced to eat contaminated or spoiled food during the war, either in camps, during forced marches, or while hiding from persecution. The return of chocolate to their lives triggered powerful memories and associations that their conscious minds couldn't process directly. Instead, these memories manifested as physical symptoms and fears that felt completely real and immediate. The panic also revealed interesting patterns about how different communities and social groups responded to perceived threats. Working-class neighborhoods, where people had less access to medical care and scientific information, tended to accept the contamination theory more readily and for longer periods. Middle-class communities, with better access to newspapers and radio, were more likely to encounter conflicting information and expert opinions that created doubt about the reality of the contamination. Religious communities often interpreted the chocolate panic through spiritual lenses, with some viewing it as divine punishment for indulgence and excess during a time when many people were still suffering. Catholic priests in Italy and Bavaria gave sermons warning about the dangers of gluttony and materialism, using the chocolate panic as an example of how earthly pleasures could lead to spiritual and physical corruption. Jewish communities, many of whom were Holocaust survivors or refugees, had particularly complex responses to the chocolate panic. For some, it confirmed their worst fears about the ongoing danger they faced in a world that had recently tried to exterminate them. For others, the panic felt like another false accusation, similar to the blood libel myths that had been used to persecute Jewish communities for centuries. The fact that the initial reports came from Germany, the heart of the Nazi regime, made the situation even more emotionally charged and complicated. As winter turned to spring in 1948, the chocolate panic began to fade as mysteriously and suddenly as it had appeared. There was no dramatic revelation or official announcement that ended the crisis. Instead, new shipments of chocolate began arriving from America as part of the Marshall Plan, the massive economic aid program designed to rebuild Europe and prevent the spread of communism. When people ate this American chocolate without incident, confidence slowly began to return. The last reported cases of chocolate poisoning came from a small village in Austria in May 1948, where 3 elderly women claimed to have fallen ill after eating chocolate sent by relatives who had emigrated to America before the war. But even these reports were treated with skepticism by local authorities, and the women themselves seemed less certain about their symptoms than earlier victims had been. Government investigations into the panic, conducted by health ministries across Europe, concluded definitively that there had never been any actual contamination of chocolate supplies. The symptoms reported by thousands of people across multiple countries were real, but they were psychosomatic, caused by anxiety, suggestion, and collective trauma rather than any physical poison or adulterant. The few cases where people did become genuinely ill were attributed to other causes: food allergies, stomach flu, reactions to other foods they had eaten, or pre-existing medical conditions that were exacerbated by stress. But dismissing the chocolate panic as merely psychological or imaginary misses the deeper truth about what happened in Europe in those months after World War II. The panic revealed the profound ways that war trauma affected entire populations, not just individual soldiers or direct victims of violent persecution. It showed how quickly fear could spread in a world where communication networks were improving, but scientific understanding and critical thinking skills were still limited by education, access to information, and the psychological effects of recent trauma. The chocolate panic also demonstrated the complex relationship between individual psychology and collective behavior. While each person who reported chocolate poisoning experienced real symptoms and genuine fear, these individual experiences were shaped and amplified by social processes, media coverage, community discussions, shared cultural memories, and the human tendency to find patterns and explanations for frightening or unusual events. In many ways, the chocolate panic of 1947 was both a preview of the kinds of mass hysteria that would become more common in the age of instant communication and social media, and a uniquely historical phenomenon rooted in the specific circumstances of post-war Europe. It showed how quickly unfounded fears could spread across vast distances, how media coverage could amplify and distort stories, and how people's psychological state could make them susceptible to suggestions of danger even when no real threat existed. The phenomenon also revealed important truths about the role of food in human psychology and culture. Chocolate wasn't just a candy or luxury item. It was a symbol of childhood innocence, peacetime prosperity, and the possibility of pleasure and joy in life. The idea that this symbol could be corrupted or turned into a source of harm was particularly devastating for people who were already struggling to rebuild their faith in the possibility of safety and happiness. Yet it's important to remember that the people who experienced the chocolate panic weren't weak, foolish, or gullible. They were individuals and communities trying to rebuild their lives after experiencing unimaginable trauma, deprivation, and loss. In a world where chocolate had been a rare luxury for years, where poisoning by occupying forces was a documented historical reality, and where trust in authorities and institutions had been shattered by war and betrayal, their fear made perfect psychological and social sense. The chocolate panic finally ended not through government intervention, medical explanation, or media debunking, but through the simple passage of time and the gradual return of normalcy to European life. As chocolate became more available, as people's daily lives stabilized, as new concerns and challenges emerged to occupy public attention, the fear gradually faded into memory. But it left behind important lessons about the psychology of mass hysteria, the lingering effects of collective trauma, and the complex ways that communities process shared experiences of fear and uncertainty. Today, the chocolate panic of 1947 is largely forgotten, remembered mainly by historians studying post-war European society and psychologists interested in mass hysteria phenomena. But it remains a fascinating and instructive example of how external circumstances, psychological trauma, social communication, and cultural symbols can combine to create powerful collective experiences that feel completely real and immediate to those who live through them, even when they have no basis in physical reality. The episode also serves as a reminder of the resilience of human communities and their ability to eventually overcome even the most irrational fears through time, experience, and the gradual restoration of trust and normalcy. While the chocolate panic caused genuine suffering and disruption in the lives of thousands of people, it ultimately passed, leaving behind valuable insights into the complex relationships between individual psychology, collective behavior, and the social processes that shape how we understand and respond to perceived threats in our environment. In the late summer of 2016, something strange began happening in the quiet suburbs of Greenville, South Carolina. Children walking to school started reporting unsettling encounters in the wooded areas near their apartment complex. They spoke of figures lurking in the shadows between the trees, painted faces peering out from behind thick trunks, and costumed individuals who seemed to watch them with an intensity that felt both unnatural and deeply threatening. At first, these reports were dismissed as childhood imagination, perhaps fueled by too many horror movies or Halloween decorations appearing early in stores. But within weeks, what started as isolated incidents in one small southern city would explode into a global phenomenon that would grip the world's attention and spark genuine fear in communities across multiple continents. The first documented sighting occurred on August 20th, 2016, when residents of the Fleetwood Manor apartments called police to report that their children had seen clowns in the nearby woods. The children, ranging in age from 6 to 10 years old, all told remarkably similar and disturbing stories. They described figures dressed in colorful, traditional clown costumes, complete with baggy clothes, oversized shoes, and painted faces. But these weren't the jolly entertainers that children typically associated with circuses and birthday parties. Instead, the children spoke of clowns who tried to lure them deeper into the forest with offers of candy and money, speaking in whispers that carried an undertone of menace. Some children reported that the clowns would beckon them with exaggerated gestures, their painted smiles seeming grotesque and unnatural in the dim light filtering through the tree canopy. Others said the figures would simply stand motionless among the trees, watching and waiting, as if studying the children's movements and routines. When police officers arrived to investigate the reports, they found no evidence of any clowns in the wooded area. They searched through the trees with flashlights, looking for footprints, discarded costume pieces, or any other signs that someone had been hiding there. But the forest revealed nothing unusual, just the typical debris of suburban wilderness: fallen branches, empty soda cans, and the occasional piece of litter that had been tossed from passing cars. Despite the lack of physical evidence, the police took the reports seriously enough to increase patrols in the area and advise parents to accompany their children when walking through or near the woods. The responding officers noted that the children seemed genuinely frightened, not as if they were making up stories for attention, but as if they had encountered something that had deeply unsettled them. Within days of the initial reports, more sightings began to surface throughout Greenville. A woman jogging early in the morning claimed she saw a clown standing motionless at the edge of the woods, just watching her as she ran past. She described feeling an overwhelming sense of being observed and followed, though when she looked back, the figure had vanished. A teenager walking home from school said a clown had followed him for several blocks, staying just far enough away to be visible but close enough to feel threatening, ducking behind cars and buildings whenever the boy tried to get a better look. The reports began to follow a disturbing pattern. The clowns were always seen at transitional times of day, dawn or dusk, when shadows were long and visibility was poor. They appeared in liminal spaces, at the edges of neighborhoods, in wooded areas, parking lots, and other places that existed between the safety of home and the uncertainty of the wider world. Most unsettling of all, they seemed to specifically target children and young people, appearing when adults were absent or distracted. Security cameras in the Fleetwood Manor apartment complex allegedly captured strange figures moving through the trees at night, though the footage was too grainy and indistinct to make out any clear details. The property management company released several seconds of video that showed what might have been a person moving between trees, but it could just as easily have been shadows cast by swaying branches or the play of streetlight through foliage. Local news stations picked up the story, and what had been a neighborhood concern suddenly became regional news across South Carolina and beyond. The reports had an almost surreal quality that made them irresistible to media outlets looking for compelling stories during the traditionally slow late summer news cycle. Here were children in an ordinary American suburb claiming to be stalked by mysterious clowns hiding in the woods. It sounded like something out of a Stephen King novel, but the fear in the children's voices during television interviews was undeniably real and compelling. As the story spread through traditional media and social media platforms, something remarkable and disturbing began to happen. Similar sightings started popping up in other parts of South Carolina, then in neighboring states. In Winston-Salem, North Carolina, a clown was reportedly seen standing under a streetlight at 3 in the morning, completely motionless, as if waiting for something or someone. In Charlotte, someone posted a shaky video on social media claiming to show a clown running through a parking lot, though the footage was so dark and unclear that it was impossible to verify what was actually being recorded. Each new report seemed to validate and amplify the others, creating a feedback loop of fear and attention that spread far beyond the original incident. Social media algorithms, designed to promote engaging content, pushed clown-related posts to more and more users, creating the impression that the phenomenon was both widespread and growing rapidly. The timing of the clown sightings was particularly significant in understanding how they spread so quickly and generated such intense fear. The phenomenon began just as marketing for the horror movie It, based on Stephen King's novel about a murderous clown named Pennywise, was reaching its peak. The connection wasn't lost on observers, who noted that the real-world clown sightings seemed to mirror the fictional terror of King's creation. But the influence went far beyond just one upcoming movie. Clowns had been undergoing a significant cultural transformation for years, shifting from symbols of joy and childhood innocence to figures of horror and menace in popular culture. Movies like 31, The House's October Built, Clown, and countless horror films had systematically reimagined clowns as terrifying antagonists. The rise of creepy clown imagery on social media platforms, particularly around Halloween, had primed people to see clowns as threatening rather than entertaining. This cultural shift had real consequences for professional clowns, who found themselves in an increasingly impossible situation. Many reported that bookings for children's parties, school events, and community celebrations were being canceled as parents became uncomfortable with the idea of having clowns around their children. Some performers had been working as clowns for decades, bringing joy to countless families, but suddenly found themselves viewed with suspicion and fear. Clown performers across the country began speaking out, insisting that the vast majority of clowns were harmless entertainers whose only goal was to make people laugh and smile. Professional clown organizations organized public relations campaigns to rehabilitate the image of clowns, holding press conferences and community events to remind people of the positive role that clowns had traditionally played in society. But their efforts were largely drowned out by the ongoing flood of sinister sighting reports and sensationalized media coverage. As September turned into October, the phenomenon reached fever pitch across the United States. Schools in multiple states issued warnings to parents and implemented increased security measures in response to clown-related threats and sightings. Some school districts went so far as to ban clown costumes from Halloween celebrations, fearing that they might trigger panic among students or inspire copycat incidents that could disrupt the educational environment. Police departments found themselves devoting significant resources to investigating clown reports, even though the vast majority turned out to be hoaxes, misidentifications of ordinary people or objects, or reports that were completely unfounded. Officers responded to calls about clowns lurking near schools, standing in residential neighborhoods, or chasing people through parks, but virtually none of these investigations yielded any concrete evidence of actual individuals dressed as clowns. The international spread of the clown sightings was perhaps the most remarkable and puzzling aspect of the entire phenomenon. Reports began coming in from Canada, where clowns were allegedly spotted in major cities like Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver. The Canadian sightings often followed the same pattern as those in the United States: mysterious figures in clown costumes appearing in public spaces, particularly near schools or residential areas, usually during dawn or dusk hours when visibility was poor. In the United Kingdom, police forces across England and Scotland found themselves investigating dozens of clown sightings throughout the autumn of 2016. British newspapers picked up the story with typical tabloid enthusiasm, running headlines like "Killer Clown Craze Crosses Atlantic" and "Creepy Clown Stalk British Streets." The coverage helped spread awareness of the phenomenon, but it also seemed to inspire additional sightings and copycat incidents. Australia reported its own wave of creepy clown encounters, particularly in Queensland and New South Wales. Australian media coverage often focused on sightings near schools and playgrounds, leading to increased security measures at educational facilities and warnings from police about the potential legal consequences of clown-related pranks or threats. Each country seemed to develop its own variation of the phenomenon, influenced by local culture, media coverage, and social dynamics. In the United Kingdom, the clowns were often described as more aggressive, with reports of clowns chasing people or making threatening gestures toward passers-by. Australian sightings frequently involved clowns near schools or family-oriented locations, reflecting perhaps a particular anxiety about child safety. Canadian reports often mentioned clowns in urban settings, standing on street corners or in alleyways, suggesting a focus on public space and urban anonymity. The global nature of the phenomenon raised important and troubling questions about how modern communication networks could spread not just information, but actual behaviors and fears across vast distances almost instantaneously. Social media platforms were flooded with clown-related content: shaky videos of alleged sightings, photographs of suspicious figures that might or might not be clowns, and first-person accounts of terrifying encounters that read like excerpts from horror novels. The algorithms that determine what content people saw on platforms like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat often promoted the most engaging posts, which typically meant the most frightening, sensational, or emotionally provocative reports. This created a digital environment where scary clown content was constantly being pushed to users, creating the impression that clown sightings were happening everywhere and becoming more frequent and more threatening. Researchers studying the phenomenon noted that many of the reported sightings shared characteristics with what psychologists call mass sociogenic illness, or conversion disorder. This occurs when psychological distress manifests as physical symptoms or behaviors, often spreading rapidly through social networks, particularly among people who share common experiences, anxieties, or cultural references. The clown sightings exhibited many of the classic features of mass sociogenic illness. They spread rapidly through communities connected by social media and shared cultural experiences. They were more common among certain demographic groups, particularly teenagers and young adults who were heavy users of social media, and they often occurred in clusters around schools, shopping centers, or other places where young people gathered. Dr. Sarah Chen, a psychologist at the University of California, Los Angeles, who studied the clown phenomenon extensively, argued that the sightings represented a form of collective anxiety response to broader social stresses that were particularly acute in 2016. The year had been marked by political turbulence, with contentious election campaigns in multiple countries, ongoing economic uncertainty in many regions, persistent concerns about terrorism and random violence, and a general sense that traditional institutions and sources of authority were becoming less reliable and trustworthy. The clown sightings, Dr. Chen suggested, provided a way for communities to externalize and process these diffuse anxieties through a shared experience of fear focused on a specific, identifiable threat. Instead of worrying about abstract concepts like economic instability or political polarization, people could focus their fears on something concrete and immediate: the possibility of encountering a threatening clown in their own neighborhood. The role of hoaxes and deliberate pranks cannot be overlooked in understanding how the phenomenon spread and evolved. As the clown sightings gained widespread media attention and became a topic of conversation around the world, some individuals began deliberately dressing as clowns to frighten people, gain attention, or simply participate in what they saw as an entertaining cultural moment. These copycat incidents often involved people jumping out at pedestrians from hiding places, standing in public spaces wearing clown costumes to create an unsettling atmosphere, or posting fake videos online claiming to show clown encounters. Some of these pranks were relatively harmless, motivated by a desire for social media attention or a misguided sense of humor. But others were more serious, involving individuals who used clown costumes to mask their identity while engaging in genuinely threatening or criminal behavior. Law enforcement agencies across multiple countries found themselves walking a fine line between taking legitimate safety concerns seriously and avoiding the amplification of hoaxes or copycat incidents. Many police departments issued carefully worded statements that acknowledged the reports they were receiving, while also warning about the serious legal consequences of making false reports to police or engaging in threatening behavior while wearing a clown costume. Several individuals were arrested for clown-related incidents during the height of the phenomenon, though most of the charges were relatively minor: disorderly conduct, making false reports to police, trespassing on school property, or disturbing the peace. However, a few cases involved more serious charges when people used clown costumes to conceal their identity while committing robbery, assault, or other violent crimes. The phenomenon also revealed interesting patterns about how different types of communities responded to perceived threats. Areas with higher crime rates or recent histories of violence often took clown sightings more seriously, implementing school lockdowns, increasing police patrols, and organizing community watch groups to monitor for suspicious clown activity. Rural communities sometimes organized citizen patrols to watch for clowns in wooded areas or along country roads, where police response times might be longer. Urban areas generally treated the reports with more skepticism, though they still investigated credible threats and took precautions around schools and public events. The availability of security cameras in urban environments also meant that clown sightings in cities were more likely to be recorded, though the resulting footage was often too unclear or ambiguous to provide definitive proof of what people were actually seeing. One of the most thoroughly documented and investigated incidents occurred in Huntsville, Alabama, where police received over 20 separate reports of clown sightings in a single week during early October 2016. The descriptions were remarkably consistent across different witnesses who had no apparent connection to each other. A tall figure in a colorful costume and white face paint, standing motionless in residential areas after dark, often near streetlights or at the edges of parks and wooded areas. What made the Huntsville case particularly compelling was the consistency of the witness accounts. Multiple people reported seeing the same figure, or what appeared to be the same figure, in different locations throughout the city on different nights. The clown was always described as being unusually tall, perhaps 6.5 feet or more, wearing a traditional costume with bright colors and oversized features, but with facial makeup that witnesses described as disturbing rather than cheerful. Police responded to each report seriously, increasing patrols in the affected neighborhoods and installing additional security cameras in areas where sightings had been reported. They conducted extensive investigations, interviewing witnesses, searching the areas where clowns had allegedly been spotted, and analyzing any available video footage. But despite their thorough efforts and the resources they devoted to the investigation, they never found any evidence of an actual person dressed as a clown. The Huntsville case became a focal point for researchers studying the clown phenomenon because it demonstrated so clearly how eyewitness testimony could be both sincere and inaccurate. The people making reports genuinely believed they had seen clowns, and their descriptions were detailed, consistent, and delivered with obvious conviction. Yet physical evidence was completely absent. Security cameras showed no unusual activity during the times when clowns were allegedly spotted. No footprints were found in the areas where figures had supposedly stood, and no clown costumes, props, or other materials were ever discovered. This disconnect between subjective experience and objective evidence became a hallmark of the entire clown phenomenon. People across the world were reporting encounters that felt completely real and immediate to them, encounters that sometimes left them genuinely frightened and shaken, but which left no trace in the physical world that could be documented or verified by others. Psychologists studying the phenomenon suggested that this disconnect could be explained by a combination of factors working together to create powerful but ultimately illusory experiences. Heightened alertness due to media coverage of clown sightings could make people more likely to notice and misinterpret ordinary sights and shadows. The power of suggestion, amplified by social media and news coverage, could prime people to see clowns even when looking at completely innocent figures or objects. And the social pressure to have something interesting or frightening to report could unconsciously influence how people interpreted ambiguous visual information. The role of lighting and environmental conditions in many of the reported sightings was particularly significant. Most clown encounters were reported during dawn or dusk, times when natural lighting creates long shadows and makes it difficult to see clearly. Streetlights, car headlights, and other artificial light sources can create strange visual effects that might easily be misinterpreted by someone who is already anxious or expecting to see something unusual. Dr. Michael Rodriguez, a perceptual psychologist at Duke University who studied several clusters of clown sightings, conducted experiments that demonstrated how easily people could mistake ordinary objects or people for threatening clowns under the right conditions. In one study, he showed participants photographs taken during dawn and dusk hours in locations where clown sightings had been reported. Even when the photographs showed nothing more unusual than trees, shadows, and occasional pedestrians, a significant percentage of participants reported seeing clown-like figures when they were told that clowns had been spotted in those areas. The phenomenon also revealed the powerful role that cultural context and shared expectations play in shaping what people see and how they interpret their experiences. In communities where clown sightings had been widely reported and discussed, people were much more likely to report their own sightings and to interpret ambiguous visual information as clown-related. In areas where the phenomenon had received less media attention or community discussion, reports were correspondingly rare. Social media platforms played a crucial role not just in spreading awareness of the clown sightings, but in shaping how the phenomenon evolved and spread across different communities and countries. The hashtag #CreepyClownSightings became a rallying point for people to share their experiences, theories, and fears about the phenomenon. Videos, photographs, and written accounts of clown encounters were shared thousands of times, often becoming more dramatic and frightening with each retelling. The viral nature of social media content meant that the most sensational and frightening reports received the widest distribution, while more skeptical or mundane explanations were often ignored or buried beneath more exciting content. This created a feedback loop, where the most extreme versions of clown sighting reports became the template that people used to understand and interpret their own experiences. Many of the videos and photographs that circulated on social media as evidence of clown sightings were later revealed to be hoaxes, misidentifications, or clips from horror movies and television shows that had been presented as authentic documentation. But by the time these revelations emerged, the false evidence had often been shared so widely that it continued to influence people's perceptions and expectations. The international nature of the phenomenon was particularly striking given how quickly it spread across different countries, cultures, and language barriers. Reports from the United States were quickly translated and shared in European and Australian media, while local variations of the phenomenon began appearing almost simultaneously across multiple continents. This suggested that the underlying psychological and social factors that made communities susceptible to clown hysteria were remarkably universal. In Germany, clown sightings were often reported near schools and public transportation stops, reflecting perhaps particular cultural anxieties about child safety and public security. French reports frequently mentioned clowns in urban areas, particularly in Paris and other major cities, often focusing on subway stations and other transit hubs where people might feel vulnerable or isolated. Italian media coverage of the clown phenomenon often connected it to broader concerns about immigration and social change, with some reports suggesting that the mysterious clowns might be connected to criminal organizations or other threatening outsider groups. This demonstrates how the same basic phenomenon could be interpreted and understood very differently depending on the specific social and political context in which it appeared. The decline of the clown sightings was as mysterious and sudden as their initial appearance. There was no single event, official announcement, or revelation that caused the phenomenon to end. Instead, reports seemed to gradually fade throughout November and December 2016 as public attention moved on to other stories and concerns, particularly the aftermath of the American presidential election and approaching holiday season. Some observers suggested that the approach of winter weather made outdoor sightings less common, as people spent less time walking or playing outside during the shorter, colder days. Others argued that increased law enforcement attention and the arrest of several individuals for clown-related pranks had deterred potential hoaxers from continuing to fuel the phenomenon. The role of media attention in both sustaining and ending the phenomenon cannot be overlooked. As news outlets moved on to other stories and social media algorithms began promoting different types of content, clown-related posts received less visibility and engagement. Without the constant reinforcement of media coverage and social media discussion, communities seemed to lose interest in looking for and reporting clown sightings. By early 2017, clown sightings had become rare, though they never completely stopped. Occasional reports continued to surface, particularly around Halloween when clown costumes were more common and people were already thinking about scary or supernatural themes. But these isolated incidents no longer generated the same level of media attention or public concern that had characterized the peak of the phenomenon. The aftermath of the clown sightings revealed several important insights about contemporary society and the ways that fear and information spread in the digital age. First, the phenomenon demonstrated how quickly fears could propagate across vast distances in an era of instant global communication. A few reports from small American towns had grown into a worldwide phenomenon within a matter of weeks, showing the unprecedented speed at which information, behaviors, and emotions could now spread through connected communities. Second, the clown sightings highlighted the complex relationship between media coverage and public behavior. News outlets and social media platforms had certainly amplified the story and helped it spread, but they had also played a crucial role in its eventual decline by providing more skeptical coverage and expert analysis as the phenomenon progressed and more information became available. Third, the phenomenon revealed how deeply ingrained cultural symbols and fears could manifest in seemingly spontaneous ways across different societies. The transformation of clowns from benevolent entertainers to figures of terror reflected broader anxieties about trust, safety, authenticity, and the reliability of traditional sources of comfort and joy in an increasingly uncertain world. The 2016 clown sightings also demonstrated the power of collective expectation and suggestion in shaping individual experiences. When entire communities were primed to look for and expect clown encounters, people became much more likely to interpret ambiguous sights and experiences as clown-related, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of reports and sightings that felt completely real to those involved. Professional psychologists and sociologists who studied the phenomenon noted that it shared many characteristics with historical episodes of mass hysteria, but with important differences that reflected the unique features of 21st century communication and social organization. Unlike historical cases of collective delusion, which typically remained localized to specific communities or regions, the clown sightings spread globally within weeks. Unlike previous episodes, which were often transmitted through word of mouth or traditional media, the clown phenomenon was shaped and amplified by social media algorithms and user-generated content. The documentation of the phenomenon was also unprecedented in its scope and detail. Unlike historical cases of mass hysteria, which were often recorded only in newspaper accounts or official reports written after the fact, the clown sightings were documented in real time through thousands of social media posts, videos, photographs, police reports, and news articles. This created an enormous archive of material that researchers could analyze to understand how the phenomenon spread, evolved, and eventually declined. Looking back at the clown sightings of 2016, they seem almost quaint compared to the conspiracy theories, misinformation campaigns, and digital manipulation that would dominate social media in subsequent years. But the phenomenon served as an important early warning about the power of digital platforms to amplify fears, create shared delusions, and generate collective behaviors that could feel completely real and immediate to those experiencing them, even when they had no basis in physical reality. The clown sightings also revealed important truths about human psychology and the social nature of fear. People are fundamentally social creatures who look to others for cues about how to interpret and respond to uncertain or threatening situations. When those social cues suggest that danger is present, even in the absence of concrete evidence, communities can quickly develop shared beliefs and behaviors that reinforce and perpetuate the perceived threat. The phenomenon demonstrated that mass hysteria is not simply a relic of less educated or more superstitious historical periods, but a fundamental aspect of human social psychology that can emerge in any society under the right conditions. The combination of widespread anxiety, ambiguous information, social media amplification, and cultural symbols that tap into deep-seated fears can create powerful collective experiences that transcend individual rationality and critical thinking. Yet it's important to remember that the people who reported clown sightings were not foolish or gullible. They were ordinary individuals responding to what seemed like credible information about potential threats in their communities. In a world where random violence and unexpected dangers were genuine concerns, and where social media provided constant streams of alarming information from around the globe, their vigilance and fear made perfect psychological sense. The 2016 clown sightings remain one of the most well-documented and widely studied examples of mass hysteria in the social media age. Unlike historical cases of collective delusion, this phenomenon was recorded in extraordinary detail through digital media, providing researchers with an unprecedented opportunity to study how modern communication technologies can influence collective behavior, perception, and the social construction of reality. The episode serves as a reminder that even in an age of scientific knowledge and global communication, communities can still develop shared beliefs and experiences that feel completely real and immediate to those involved, even when they lack any foundation in objective reality. But it also demonstrates the resilience of human communities and their ability to eventually move beyond even the most compelling collective fears through time, experience, and the gradual recognition that the perceived threat was never as real or immediate as it initially seemed. In the heart of Havana, Cuba, something invisible and unexplained began targeting American diplomats in 2016. It started quietly, almost imperceptibly, with a few embassy workers reporting strange symptoms: headaches, dizziness, nausea, and most peculiarly, the sensation of hearing high-pitched sounds that seemed to come from nowhere. At first, these complaints might have been dismissed as the stress of working in a politically tense environment. But as more and more personnel began falling ill with similar symptoms, it became clear that something far more mysterious was at play. The embassy itself sits in a complex political landscape, a place where American diplomats have worked under intense scrutiny since the restoration of diplomatic relations between the United States and Cuba in 2015. The building, located in the Vedado neighborhood of Havana, had been carefully secured and monitored, making the sudden onset of these mysterious health incidents all the more perplexing. Security protocols were rigorous, with every aspect of the embassy's operations designed to protect American personnel from conventional threats. Yet something was getting through their defenses, something that left no trace and could strike without warning. The first documented case occurred in late 2016, when a CIA officer stationed at the U.S. Embassy in Havana woke up in his hotel room to a piercing metallic sound. The noise seemed to be coming from a specific direction, and when he moved, it would fade or intensify. Along with this bizarre auditory experience came immediate physical symptoms: severe headaches, nausea, and a disorienting sense that something was fundamentally wrong. The officer, trained to handle high-stress situations and unexpected threats, found himself completely unprepared for this invisible assault that seemed to defy explanation. Within hours, more embassy staff began reporting similar experiences, and what would become known as Havana Syndrome was born. The timing seemed deliberately coordinated, as if whatever was causing these symptoms had the ability to target multiple individuals simultaneously. The affected personnel came from different departments within the embassy, suggesting that the phenomenon wasn't limited to specific job functions or security clearance levels. Intelligence officers, administrative staff, and diplomatic personnel all fell victim to the same mysterious ailment. The symptoms were as varied as they were disturbing. Victims described hearing chirping, grinding, or pulsing sounds that others around them couldn't detect. The sounds varied in intensity and character, with some comparing them to cicadas, others to metal grinding against metal, and still others to electronic pulses or beeps. What made these auditory experiences particularly unsettling was their directional nature. Victims reported that the sounds seemed to come from specific locations, and moving even a few feet could cause them to intensify, fade, or disappear entirely. Some reported feeling as though they were being hit by an invisible beam of energy, describing sensations of pressure or heat focused on specific parts of their bodies. The physical effects were equally perplexing. Severe headaches that wouldn't respond to medication, vertigo so intense that walking became difficult, nausea that lasted for weeks, and cognitive problems that affected memory and concentration. Some victims experienced hearing loss, while others developed vision problems or struggled with balance that persisted long after the initial incident. The cognitive symptoms proved to be among the most troubling aspects of Havana Syndrome. Affected individuals reported difficulty concentrating, problems with memory formation and recall, and a general sense of mental fog that made it difficult to perform their professional duties. For intelligence officers and diplomats whose work required sharp mental acuity, these cognitive impairments were particularly devastating. Many found themselves unable to process complex information, remember important details, or maintain the level of focus required for sensitive diplomatic or intelligence work. What made Havana Syndrome particularly unsettling was its apparent selectivity. Not everyone in the embassy was affected, and those who were seen to be targeted in specific locations or at specific times. Some victims reported that the symptoms would begin when they entered certain rooms or areas, only to fade when they left. Others described attacks that seemed to follow them, occurring in their homes, hotel rooms, or even while walking down the street. The targeting appeared almost surgical in its precision, affecting specific individuals while leaving others nearby completely unharmed. The unpredictability of the attacks added another layer of psychological trauma for embassy personnel. Staff members began to feel unsafe in their own workplace, never knowing when or where the next incident might occur. The invisible nature of whatever was causing the symptoms made it impossible to take conventional protective measures. Unlike traditional security threats that could be defended against with physical barriers or security protocols, Havana Syndrome seemed to strike through walls, windows, and other obstacles as if they didn't exist. The medical establishment was baffled from the very beginning. Doctors examining the affected personnel found evidence of brain injuries, but the cause remained completely unknown. Initial medical examinations revealed abnormalities that couldn't be explained by any conventional illness or injury pattern. MRI scans revealed changes in the white matter of victims' brains, suggesting some form of physical trauma had occurred. But how? There were no signs of external injury, no evidence of chemical exposure, and no conventional explanation for the neurological damage that was clearly present. The brain imaging results were particularly puzzling to neurologists and other medical specialists who examined the victims. The patterns of damage didn't match any known disease process, toxin exposure, or type of physical trauma. The injuries appeared to be localized to specific brain regions associated with hearing, balance, and cognitive function, which aligned with the symptoms victims were experiencing, but didn't point to any obvious cause. The precision of the damage suggested that whatever was causing Havana Syndrome was affecting very specific neural pathways, while leaving others completely intact. As word of the mysterious illness spread beyond Havana, reports began trickling in from other locations around the world. American diplomats and intelligence officers in China, Russia, Austria, Germany, and other countries started reporting similar symptoms. Each case followed a familiar pattern: the sudden onset of strange sounds, followed by immediate physical symptoms and lasting neurological effects. The geographic spread of cases suggested that whatever was causing Havana Syndrome was either following American personnel or was being deployed by multiple actors across different countries. The China cases were particularly significant because they occurred at the U.S. consulate in Guangzhou, a facility that operated under very different conditions from the Havana embassy. The affected personnel in China reported similar auditory experiences and neurological symptoms, suggesting that the phenomenon wasn't unique to Cuba or tied to specific local conditions. Medical examinations of the China victims revealed brain abnormalities consistent with those found in the Havana cases, strengthening the evidence that a common cause was behind incidents in both locations. Reports from Vienna, Austria, added another disturbing dimension to the mystery. Several CIA officers and their family members reported experiencing Havana Syndrome symptoms while stationed in what should have been a relatively safe European posting. The Vienna cases were particularly concerning because they occurred in a NATO ally country with strong security cooperation with the United States. If Havana Syndrome could strike in Vienna, it suggested that American personnel were vulnerable to these attacks virtually anywhere in the world. The U.S. government's response was swift but shrouded in secrecy. Affected personnel were quietly evacuated and provided with medical care, but little information was shared publicly. The State Department issued warnings about the health risks faced by embassy staff, but offered no explanation for what was causing the symptoms. Intelligence agencies launched investigations, but their findings remained classified. The silence only deepened the mystery and fueled speculation about what might be behind these strange attacks. The secrecy surrounding the government's response created additional stress for affected personnel and their families. Many victims felt abandoned by the institutions they had served, struggling to get adequate medical care while being told to remain silent about their experiences. The lack of transparency made it difficult for victims to understand what had happened to them or to connect with others who had experienced similar symptoms. Some began to question whether the government was taking their condition seriously or whether political considerations were taking precedence over their health and well-being. One of the most persistent theories is that Havana Syndrome is the result of a directed energy weapon, possibly using microwave radiation. Microwave weapons have been researched by various militaries around the world for decades, and the technology to create focused beams of electromagnetic energy does exist. Such a weapon could theoretically cause the neurological symptoms observed in victims without leaving obvious physical evidence. The targeted nature of the attacks, the ability to affect people in specific locations, and the invisible nature of the phenomenon all align with what a microwave weapon might be capable of. The physics behind microwave weapons is well understood in principle. Microwave energy, the same type of electromagnetic radiation used in microwave ovens, can heat biological tissue when applied at sufficient intensity. At lower power levels that wouldn't cause obvious burns or tissue damage, microwave radiation could potentially disrupt neural function and cause the types of symptoms reported by Havana Syndrome victims. The directional nature of microwave beams could explain why only certain individuals in specific locations were affected, while the ability of microwaves to penetrate walls and other barriers could account for attacks that seem to occur through solid obstacles. But if Havana Syndrome is indeed caused by some form of directed energy weapon, who is wielding it? The most obvious suspects are foreign intelligence services with the capability and motivation to target American personnel. Russia, with its long history of espionage activities and research into unconventional weapons, is often mentioned as a prime candidate. The Soviet Union conducted extensive research into microwave weapons during the Cold War, and some of this knowledge may have been preserved and developed further by Russian intelligence services. China, with its rapidly advancing military technology and increasingly assertive intelligence operations, has also been subject to speculation. The timing of incidents in China, occurring during a period of escalating trade tensions and strategic competition between the two countries, could suggest a connection to broader geopolitical conflicts. Cuba, despite its cooperation with the investigation, has also faced suspicion due to its close ties with Russia and its history of intelligence cooperation with other countries hostile to the United States. However, the microwave weapon theory faces several significant challenges. Creating a device capable of causing the reported symptoms would require substantial technical expertise and resources. Such a weapon would need to be precisely targeted to affect only certain individuals while leaving others nearby unharmed. It would also need to be portable enough to be deployed in various locations around the world without detection by sophisticated security systems, protecting American diplomatic facilities. The power requirements for an effective microwave weapon would be considerable, requiring either a large power supply or a very efficient delivery system. The device would need to be operated by trained personnel who understood both the technical aspects of the weapon and the specific targeting requirements for each attack. The logistics of deploying such a system repeatedly across multiple countries without detection would represent a significant intelligence operation requiring substantial resources and coordination. Alternative explanations have emerged as the medical and scientific communities have grappled with the phenomenon. Some researchers have suggested that Havana Syndrome might be a form of mass psychogenic illness, a condition where physical symptoms spread through a group of people due to psychological factors rather than an external cause. Mass psychogenic illness, also known as mass hysteria, has been documented throughout history and can produce very real physical symptoms even when no underlying medical cause can be identified. The mass hysteria explanation points to several factors that might have contributed to the spread of symptoms among embassy personnel. Working in a high-stress environment, being far from home, and operating under constant security concerns could create the psychological conditions necessary for such an outbreak. The initial cases might have been caused by something mundane, a mechanical malfunction in the building systems, exposure to pesticides, or even a naturally occurring acoustic phenomenon, but the fear and anxiety generated by the reports could have led others to develop similar symptoms through suggestion and psychological contagion. The embassy environment itself may have contributed to the psychological conditions that could facilitate mass psychogenic illness. Diplomatic personnel work under constant awareness of potential threats, from terrorism to espionage to political violence. This heightened state of vigilance, while necessary for security, can also make individuals more susceptible to interpreting unusual sensations or minor health issues as signs of a serious threat. The close-knit nature of embassy communities means that news of unusual health incidents spreads quickly, potentially creating anxiety that could manifest as physical symptoms in susceptible individuals. However, the mass hysteria theory struggles to explain some key aspects of Havana Syndrome. The brain injuries detected in victims are real and measurable, suggesting that something physical is occurring rather than purely psychological symptoms. The geographic spread of cases across multiple countries and different groups of personnel makes it less likely that psychological factors alone are responsible. Additionally, many of the affected individuals are trained intelligence officers and diplomats who are typically selected for their psychological resilience and ability to handle stress. The consistency of symptoms across different locations and time periods also challenges the mass hysteria explanation. If the syndrome were purely psychological, we might expect to see more variation in symptoms based on local conditions, cultural factors, or the specific stressors present in each location. Instead, victims in Havana, Guangzhou, Vienna, and other locations have reported remarkably similar experiences, suggesting a common external cause rather than parallel psychological outbreaks. Another possibility that has been explored extensively is environmental factors. Some researchers have suggested that the symptoms might be caused by exposure to pesticides, toxins, or infectious agents present in the locations where attacks have occurred. Cuba, for example, uses certain agricultural chemicals that are banned in other countries, and exposure to these substances could potentially cause neurological symptoms. The fumigation of diplomatic facilities to control insects and other pests is a routine practice that could potentially expose personnel to harmful chemicals if not properly managed. The environmental theory gains some support from the fact that symptoms often seem to be location-specific, occurring in certain buildings or areas. Embassy buildings and diplomatic residences are complex structures with ventilation systems, electronic equipment, and maintenance procedures that could potentially create environmental hazards. Air conditioning systems could concentrate and distribute airborne toxins, while electronic equipment could produce electromagnetic fields or acoustic emissions that might affect sensitive individuals. However, the environmental explanation fails to account for why only some people in these locations are affected, or why similar symptoms have appeared in such diverse geographic locations. If environmental factors were responsible, we would expect to see more widespread illness among the general population in these areas, which has not been observed. Additionally, extensive environmental testing at affected facilities has failed to identify any toxins or hazards that could account for the reported symptoms. One of the most intriguing aspects of Havana Syndrome is the sonic component reported by many victims. The strange sounds described by those affected, ranging from chirping and grinding to pulsing and buzzing, have led some researchers to investigate acoustic weapons as a possible cause. Sound waves, both within and outside the range of human hearing, can have physiological effects on people exposed to them. Infrasound, sound waves below the range of human hearing, and ultrasound, above the range of human hearing, can both potentially cause health problems under certain conditions. Infrasound, in particular, has been shown to cause feelings of unease, dizziness, and other symptoms that overlap with those reported by Havana Syndrome victims. Some natural phenomena, such as wind patterns around buildings or mechanical vibrations from large equipment, can create infrasound that affects people inside structures. However, weaponizing sound waves to cause targeted neurological damage would be extremely difficult, and no known acoustic weapon matches the capabilities implied by the Havana Syndrome cases. The investigation into Havana Syndrome has involved multiple U.S. government agencies, including the CIA, FBI, State Department, Defense Department, and various medical institutions. Despite years of research and significant resources devoted to understanding the phenomenon, no definitive cause has been identified. The investigation has included medical examinations of victims, environmental testing of affected facilities, intelligence gathering to identify potential perpetrators, and scientific research into possible causes. The complexity of the investigation reflects the unusual nature of Havana Syndrome itself. Traditional investigative methods designed to identify conventional threats or medical conditions have proven inadequate for understanding a phenomenon that appears to involve cutting-edge technology, sophisticated targeting, and effects that challenge current medical understanding. Investigators have had to consider possibilities ranging from exotic weapons to environmental hazards to psychological factors, often simultaneously pursuing multiple theories without clear evidence pointing in any single direction. This lack of answers has led to frustration among victims, who continue to suffer from lasting health effects while the mystery remains unsolved. Many affected individuals have reported feeling abandoned by the government agencies they served, struggling to receive adequate medical care while being asked to remain silent about their experiences. The ongoing uncertainty about the cause of their condition has made it difficult for victims to understand their prognosis or to make informed decisions about their future health and career prospects. Recent studies have attempted to shed light on the medical aspects of Havana Syndrome, but have raised as many questions as they have answered. Brain imaging studies have revealed abnormalities in the white matter and other structures of affected individuals, confirming that real, measurable changes have occurred. However, these changes don't point to any specific cause, and similar brain abnormalities can result from various types of injury or illness. The pattern of damage is consistent across victims, but doesn't match any known disease process or type of trauma. One comprehensive study conducted by the National Academy of Sciences concluded that directed pulsed radio frequency energy was the most plausible explanation for the observed symptoms and injuries. This finding lent credibility to the microwave weapon theory, but it stopped short of definitively proving that such weapons were actually used. The study acknowledged that other explanations remain possible and that more research was needed to understand the phenomenon fully. The careful language of the study's conclusions reflected the ongoing uncertainty surrounding Havana Syndrome and the difficulty of making definitive statements about such an unusual phenomenon. The human cost of Havana Syndrome cannot be overlooked and continues to mount as more cases are reported and existing victims struggle with ongoing health problems. Many of the affected individuals have experienced lasting health problems that have dramatically impacted their lives and careers. Some have been unable to return to work due to cognitive difficulties, while others struggle with chronic pain, hearing problems, or balance issues that affect their daily activities. The invisible nature of many symptoms has made it difficult for victims to receive understanding and support from colleagues, friends, and family members who cannot see the extent of their suffering. The story of Havana Syndrome continues to evolve as new information becomes available and research progresses. For now, it remains one of the most perplexing medical and security mysteries of the modern era, a reminder that in our interconnected world, new threats and challenges can emerge from unexpected directions. The invisible nature of whatever is causing these symptoms makes it particularly unsettling, leaving victims and investigators alike grappling with an enemy they cannot see, understand, or predict. But sometimes, the most dangerous threats don't come from foreign governments or sophisticated weapons. Sometimes they emerge from the darkest corners of our own culture, spreading through the very networks that connect us. And that brings us to our next mystery, one that shows how fictional horrors can manifest in terrifyingly real ways. In the depths of the internet, where anonymous users share stories and images that blur the line between fiction and reality, a monster was born, not of flesh and blood, but of pixels and imagination. The Slender Man, a tall, faceless figure in a dark suit, emerged from online horror forums to become one of the most influential pieces of modern folklore. But unlike traditional monsters that remained safely contained within stories and films, the Slender Man would eventually step out of the digital realm and into the real world with devastating consequences. The story begins in 2009 on Something Awful, a comedy website known for its forums where users engage in creative contests and collaborative storytelling. The site had built a reputation as a breeding ground for internet culture, where memes were born and digital folklore took shape through the collective creativity of its users. It was a place where the boundaries between reality and fiction were deliberately blurred, where users delighted in creating content that was just believable enough to be unsettling. Eric Knudsen, posting under the username Victor Surge, submitted 2 black and white photographs to a contest called Create Paranormal Images. The contest challenged users to create images that looked like authentic paranormal documentation, the kind of grainy, ambiguous photographs that might appear in books about unexplained mysteries or paranormal investigations. Knudson's contribution would exceed all expectations, creating something that transcended the simple contest parameters to become a cultural phenomenon. The photos appeared to show groups of children in everyday settings, a playground and a walking trail, but lurking in the background of each image was something that shouldn't have been there. A tall, unnaturally thin figure with no visible face, wearing a dark business suit that seemed somehow out of place in these casual, outdoor settings. Long, tentacle-like appendages seemed to extend from his back, reaching toward the unsuspecting children like dark shadows made manifest. Knudson added brief, cryptic captions to his images, written as if they were historical documents describing unexplained disappearances. One read, "We didn't want to go, we didn't want to kill them, but its persistent silence and outstretched arms horrified and comforted us at the same time." Another stated, "One of 2 recovered photographs from the Sterling City Library blaze, notable for being taken the day which 14 children vanished and for what is referred to as the Slender Man." These simple additions transformed what could have been mere photo manipulations into something that felt disturbingly real, complete with backstory and historical context. The response was immediate and electric. Other forum users began creating their own Slender Man content, adding to the mythology with additional photographs, stories, and videos. The collaborative nature of internet culture meant that no single person controlled the character's development. Instead, the Slender Man evolved through the collective imagination of hundreds, then thousands of contributors, each adding their own interpretation and expanding the mythology in new directions. The creature's characteristics quickly became established through this collaborative process, forming a consistent mythology despite having no central authority or canonical source. He was impossibly tall and thin, typically described as being between 6 and 15 feet in height, with limbs that seemed unnaturally elongated. He wore a black business suit that never showed signs of wear or weather damage, and most disturbing of all, he had no facial features, just smooth, pale skin where a face should be. The Slender Man possessed supernatural powers that made him particularly terrifying. He could stretch his limbs to impossible lengths, sprout additional appendages that resembled tentacles or branches, and teleport instantaneously from one location to another. He was often associated with forests and wooded areas, where his tall, thin form could blend with the trees, making him nearly invisible until it was too late. Most importantly for the mythology that would develop around him, he stalked and abducted children, drawn to their innocence and vulnerability. What made the Slender Man particularly compelling was his ambiguous nature and the questions he raised rather than answered. Unlike traditional monsters with clear motivations or origins, the Slender Man remained mysterious. Different creators offered conflicting explanations for what he was, where he came from, and what he wanted with his victims. Some portrayed him as an ancient entity that had stalked humanity for centuries, while others suggested he was a modern phenomenon born from collective fears and technological anxiety. This ambiguity allowed people to project their own fears onto the character, making him more personally terrifying and psychologically effective. Parents could see in him their fears about predators who might harm their children. Children could project their anxieties about the adult world, about growing up, about the monsters that might lurk in dark places. The blank face of the Slender Man became a canvas for individual fears, making him relevant to a wide range of people across different age groups and backgrounds. Mythology grew rapidly across multiple platforms, demonstrating the interconnected nature of modern digital culture. YouTube users created found footage-style videos showing supposed encounters with the Slender Man, using amateur filming techniques and practical effects to create content that looked genuinely disturbing. Bloggers wrote detailed accounts of his appearances throughout history, creating fake historical documents and testimonies that gave the character a sense of ancient authenticity. Gaming communities developed interactive experiences where players could explore environments haunted by the creature. The most successful of these games, simply titled Slender, became a viral sensation, with millions of players experiencing the terror of being hunted by the faceless entity through dark forests. The game's success demonstrated how the character had transcended his origins as a simple image contest entry to become a multimedia phenomenon that could work across different forms of media. Within just a few years, the Slender Man had evolved from a simple photo contest entry into a complex multimedia mythology with thousands of contributors and millions of fans. The character appeared in web series, independent films, video games, novels, and countless pieces of fan art. He had become a genuine piece of modern folklore, created not through centuries of oral tradition, but through the rapid, collaborative nature of internet culture. One of the most successful expansions of the Slender Man mythos was Marble Hornets, a YouTube series created by Troy Wagner and Joseph DeLage. The series presented itself as found footage documenting the psychological deterioration of a film student who becomes obsessed with the Slender Man after finding mysterious tapes left by a friend. The series ran for several years and attracted millions of viewers, further cementing the Slender Man's place in internet culture and demonstrating how user-generated content could achieve production values and narrative sophistication, rivaling professional media. The series introduced additional elements to the Slender Man mythology, including the concept of proxies, humans who had been psychologically broken by encounters with the entity and now served as his agents. This addition would prove particularly significant, as it provided a framework for understanding how ordinary people might be driven to violence by the Slender Man's influence. The idea that exposure to the entity could fundamentally alter a person's psychology and moral compass would become a crucial element in the mythology. The spread of the Slender Man phenomenon demonstrated the unique power of internet-based storytelling and the way digital media could create new forms of folklore. Unlike traditional folklore, which evolved slowly through oral tradition over generations, the Slender Man mythology developed rapidly through digital collaboration. Thousands of people contributed to his story simultaneously, creating a rich, complex narrative that felt both ancient and contemporary, familiar and utterly alien. The interactive nature of online communities allowed the mythology to respond quickly to audience interests and fears, making it more engaging and personally relevant to participants. When certain aspects of the character resonated with audiences, they were expanded and developed further. When elements fell flat, they were quietly dropped or reinterpreted. This evolutionary process created a character that was finely tuned to tap into contemporary anxieties and fears. But as the Slender Man's popularity grew and his presence expanded across the internet, the line between fiction and reality began to blur for some individuals. This was particularly true for young people who had grown up immersed in digital media and online communities, for whom the internet was not a separate realm, but an integral part of their daily reality. For children and adolescents who discovered the Slender Man through videos, images, and stories presented in seemingly realistic formats, distinguishing between fictional content and actual documentation could be genuinely challenging. The immersive nature of the Slender Man mythos contributed significantly to this confusion. Unlike obviously fictional characters from movies or books, the Slender Man was presented through formats that deliberately mimicked real documentation. Grainy photographs that looked like they had been taken by security cameras or amateur photographers, shaky camera footage that resembled authentic found footage, personal testimonies written in the style of real witness accounts, and historical documents that appeared to reference actual events. The collaborative creation process meant that new content was constantly appearing from multiple sources, making it seem as though reports of the Slender Man were coming from various independent witnesses rather than creative fiction writers. This created a sense of corroboration that mimicked how we typically validate real events. When multiple sources report the same phenomenon, we naturally tend to believe it's real, and the Slender Man mythology expertly exploited this psychological tendency. Child psychologists and media experts began to express concern about the potential impact of this type of digital folklore on young minds. The hyper-realistic presentation of fictional content, combined with the social validation that came from participating in online communities centered around the mythology, could potentially lead some individuals to lose sight of the boundary between fantasy and reality. These concerns were dismissed by many as moral panic, the same type of unfounded anxiety that had surrounded comic books, rock music, and video games in previous generations. However, these concerns would prove tragically prophetic. The combination of sophisticated fictional presentation, immersive community participation, and the psychological vulnerabilities present in some young people would create conditions that could lead to real-world violence inspired by digital fiction. The stage was being set for a tragedy that would shock the world and force society to confront the real-world consequences of internet culture. On May 31, 2014, in Waukesha, Wisconsin, two 12-year-old girls, Morgan Geyser and Anissa Weier, lured their friend Peyton Leutner into the woods during a sleepover party. The three girls had been friends since elementary school, sharing typical preteen interests and activities. To outside observers, they seemed like normal children navigating the social complexities of middle school, dealing with the usual concerns about friendships, schoolwork, and growing up. What wasn't visible to parents, teachers, or other adults in their lives was the extent to which Geyser and Weier had become immersed in the online world of Slender Man mythology. They spent hours consuming Slender Man content, reading stories on creepypasta websites, watching YouTube videos, and discussing the character with other fans in online forums. Their participation in these communities provided them with a sense of belonging and shared interest that may have been missing from their offline social lives. Over time, their interest in the fictional character evolved into something more concerning and dangerous. They began to believe that the Slender Man was real and that he was communicating with them through various signs and portents. They interpreted coincidences and random events as messages from the entity, gradually constructing a delusional belief system that placed the Slender Man at the center of their understanding of reality. According to later testimony and interviews, Geyser and Weier became convinced that they needed to prove their loyalty to the Slender Man by killing someone. They believed that by committing murder, they would be accepted as his proxies and be allowed to live with him in his mansion in the Nicolet National Forest. The mythology they had absorbed online provided them with a framework for understanding this horrific act, not as senseless violence, but as a necessary sacrifice that would earn them a place in the Slender Man's supernatural realm. The girls planned the attack for months, demonstrating a level of premeditation that would later complicate their legal defense. They discussed various methods and locations, considered different potential victims, and worked out the details of how they would carry out the murder and escape afterward. The planning process revealed the extent to which their belief in the Slender Man had warped their moral reasoning and their understanding of consequences. On that Saturday morning in May, the three girls went to a local park to play hide and seek, a normal childhood activity that provided cover for the horrific violence that was about to unfold. When they moved into a wooded area, away from other park visitors who might intervene, Geyser and Weier attacked Leutner with a kitchen knife they had brought from the sleepover. The attack was brutal and methodical, with Leutner suffering 19 stab wounds to her arms, legs, and torso. The wounds were severe, with one coming within millimeters of a major artery that could have been fatal. Medical professionals would later describe Leutner's survival as miraculous, given the severity and location of her injuries. The attack demonstrated the genuine intent to kill on the part of the perpetrators, who believed they were carrying out a ritual murder that would earn them supernatural rewards. After the attack, the two perpetrators left their victim lying in the woods, believing she would die from her injuries, and began walking toward what they thought was the Slender Man's forest home. Their behavior after the attack revealed the extent of their delusion. They showed no remorse or concern for their victim, instead focusing on their anticipated reunion with the fictional character they believed they had served through violence. Remarkably, Leutner survived the attack through a combination of determination, luck, and quick medical intervention. Despite her severe injuries, she managed to crawl out of the woods to a nearby bike path, where she was discovered by a cyclist who immediately called for emergency help. Her ability to seek help despite losing significant amounts of blood and suffering multiple traumatic injuries demonstrated remarkable courage and will to survive. She was rushed to the hospital, where a team of doctors and surgeons worked to save her life. The medical response was swift and professional, but the injuries were so severe that her survival remained uncertain for several critical hours. The attack had damaged multiple organ systems and blood vessels, requiring complex surgical procedures to repair the damage and prevent life-threatening complications. Meanwhile, Geyser and Wire were found by police officers several hours after the attack, walking along a highway near the town of Salem, Wisconsin. When confronted by authorities, they immediately and calmly confessed to the stabbing, explaining matter-of-factly that they had done it to please the Slender Man. Their demeanor shocked the investigating officers, who described the girls as seeming completely disconnected from the reality of what they had done. The girls showed no signs of distress, remorse, or understanding of the gravity of their actions. Instead, they appeared to be focused on their belief that they had successfully completed a task that would earn them supernatural rewards. This disconnect from reality would become a crucial factor in their legal defense and in understanding how fictional content had influenced their behavior to such a devastating extent. The Slender Man Stabbing sent immediate and profound shockwaves through the Waukesha community and far beyond. Parents, educators, and mental health professionals struggled to understand how two seemingly normal 12-year-old girls could be driven to attempt murder by an internet meme. The case challenged fundamental assumptions about childhood innocence, the influence of digital media, and the boundary between fantasy and reality in the modern world. The case raised urgent questions about the impact of digital media on young minds and the potential dangers of immersive online mythologies. Parents across the country began examining their children's internet usage more closely, while educators grappled with how to teach digital literacy and critical thinking skills that could help students distinguish between fiction and reality in online environments. Sometimes the most terrifying monsters aren't ancient creatures lurking in forgotten ruins or mysterious beings from distant worlds. Sometimes they emerge from the very technology we carry in our pockets, spreading fear through pixels and panic through posts. In the spring of 2019, a grotesque sculpture with bulging eyes, stringy black hair, and a disturbing smile began haunting parents around the world. This wasn't just any internet meme or viral video. This was something far more sinister, something that supposedly encouraged children to harm themselves through a twisted game of psychological manipulation. The creature was called Momo, and according to panicked reports flooding social media, it was infiltrating children's content on YouTube, WhatsApp, and other platforms. Parents claimed that this nightmarish figure would appear suddenly in the middle of innocent cartoons, instructing young viewers to perform increasingly dangerous tasks. The final challenge, they said, was the most horrifying of all: suicide. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. Despite the global panic, despite the frantic warnings shared by millions of parents, despite news reports declaring a crisis of epic proportions, something strange happened when investigators began looking for evidence. They found almost nothing. No verified cases of children being contacted by Momo. no documented instances of the challenge appearing in YouTube videos, no confirmed deaths directly linked to the phenomenon. So what really happened? How did a single disturbing image spark worldwide hysteria? And why did parents, educators, and even law enforcement agencies become convinced that an invisible threat was stalking their children through their screens? The origins of the Momo image itself are surprisingly mundane. The disturbing sculpture that became the face of the panic was actually a piece of art created by Keisuke Eso, a Japanese special effects artist who worked for a company called Link Factory. The sculpture, officially titled Mother Bird, was displayed at the Vanilla Gallery in Tokyo in 2016. It was never intended to harm children or spread fear. It was simply an artist's interpretation of a Japanese ghost story, a modern take on the Ubun, a spirit from folklore said to be the ghost of a woman who died in childbirth. Eso crafted the piece using traditional techniques, carefully sculpting each disturbing detail by hand. The bulging eyes were positioned to create an unsettling stare that seemed to follow viewers around the room. The stringy black hair was made from actual human hair, adding an extra layer of realism that made many gallery visitors uncomfortable. The unnaturally wide mouth, stretched into what could be interpreted as either a smile or a grimace, was perhaps the most disturbing feature of all. The artist drew inspiration from classical Japanese horror imagery, but he also incorporated modern elements that made the sculpture feel contemporary and relevant. The result was a piece that bridged traditional folklore and modern fears, creating something that resonated with viewers on a deeply primal level. When displayed in the gallery, the sculpture was meant to be appreciated as art, examined and discussed in the context of Japanese cultural traditions and contemporary artistic expression. But art, once released into the world, often takes on meanings that its creator never intended. Someone somewhere took a photograph of Eso's sculpture and uploaded it to the internet. From there, it began its transformation from gallery piece to global panic trigger. The image was copied, shared, and eventually divorced entirely from its original context. Most people who encountered the Momo image had no idea it was a piece of art, no knowledge of its cultural background, and no understanding of its creator's intentions. Eso himself was horrified when he learned how his creation was being used. He never gave permission for the image to be associated with the so-called challenge, and he eventually destroyed the original sculpture, tired of its connection to fear and panic. But by then, it was too late. The image had taken on a life of its own, spreading across the internet like digital wildfire. The first reports of the Momo Challenge began appearing in Latin America in 2018, particularly in Argentina and Mexico. Local news outlets reported that a 12-year-old girl had died by suicide, allegedly after being contacted by someone using the Momo image on WhatsApp. The reports claimed that the girl had been receiving messages with increasingly dangerous challenges, culminating in the ultimate dare. These early reports described a pattern that would become familiar as the panic spread. Children would allegedly receive messages from accounts using the Momo image as their profile picture. The messages would start innocuously, perhaps with friendly greetings or questions about the child's day. But gradually, the tone would shift. The sender would begin issuing challenges or dares, starting with harmless tasks like staying up late or hiding something from parents. As the supposed game progressed, the challenges would become increasingly dangerous. Children were allegedly instructed to sneak out of their houses at night, to steal money from their parents, or to hurt themselves in small ways. The final challenge, according to these reports, was always the same. The child was instructed to take their own life, with detailed instructions on how to do so. The psychological manipulation described in these early reports was sophisticated and disturbing. The alleged Momo contacts supposedly used information gathered from children's social media profiles to make their messages more personal and convincing. They would reference the child's friends, their school, their interests, creating the impression that they knew the child intimately and were watching their every move. However, when investigators looked deeper into these early cases, the evidence began to crumble. The girl's family disputed the connection to Momo, stating that while she had been in contact with someone using the image, there was no evidence that this contact had influenced her tragic decision. Police investigations found no evidence of the systematic challenge system described in media reports. Other reported cases from the region, similarly, lacked concrete evidence linking the deaths to any organized challenge or game. But facts rarely travel as fast as fear, and the Momo story was just getting started. Social media algorithms, designed to promote engaging content, began amplifying posts about the supposed threat. Parents who had heard whispers of the challenge began sharing warnings with their friends and family. Those warnings were shared again and again, each time growing more detailed and more frightening. The viral nature of the panic was facilitated by the very platforms that parents were trying to protect their children from. Facebook posts warning about Momo were shared thousands of times. Twitter threads detailing the supposed threat went viral. WhatsApp messages containing warnings about the challenge spread through parent groups and family chats. Each share added credibility to the story, creating the impression that the threat was both widespread and verified. By early 2019, the panic had crossed oceans. British tabloids picked up the story, reporting breathlessly about the threat posed to UK children. The Sun, the Daily Mail, and other publications ran front-page stories about Momo, complete with the disturbing image and dire warnings about the challenge's spread to British shores. The coverage was sensationalistic, focusing on the most frightening aspects of the alleged threat while paying little attention to the lack of verified evidence. American news outlets followed suit. Local television stations across the United States began running segments about the Momo Challenge, warning parents to monitor their children's internet usage and watch for signs of contact with the mysterious figure. Cable news networks picked up the story, bringing it to national attention. The story was perfect for generating clicks and views. It combined parental fears about technology, concerns about children's online safety, and a genuinely disturbing image that made for compelling, if unsettling, television. The coverage often followed a predictable pattern. News reports would begin with the disturbing image, immediately grabbing viewers' attention and setting an ominous tone. They would then describe the alleged challenge in dramatic terms, emphasizing the supposed progression from innocent contact to deadly instructions. Expert interviews would follow, typically featuring child safety advocates, law enforcement officials, or technology experts discussing the threat. Schools began sending letters home to parents, warning them to monitor their children's internet usage for signs of Momo contact. These letters, often written by well-meaning administrators who had heard about the threat through media coverage, added an official veneer to the panic. Parents trusted their children's schools to provide accurate information about potential dangers, so when educators warned about Momo, it carried significant weight. Police departments issued statements about the supposed threat, urging parents to report any suspected Momo contact to authorities. Child safety organizations published guides on how to protect kids from the challenge, offering detailed advice on monitoring internet usage and recognizing warning signs. The response was swift, widespread, and based almost entirely on reports that investigators could not verify. YouTube, the platform most commonly cited as hosting Momo content, conducted extensive searches of their database. Their teams of content moderators, already trained to identify and remove harmful content targeting children, found no evidence of videos containing Momo challenges. The platform's sophisticated algorithms, designed to detect and flag potentially dangerous content, had not identified any systematic campaign targeting young users with self-harm instructions. YouTube's investigation was thorough and ongoing. As reports continued to surface, the platform repeatedly searched for evidence of Momo content. They examined millions of hours of video, looking for any sign of the disturbing image or references to the alleged challenge. They investigated reports from concerned parents, following up on specific claims about videos that supposedly contained Momo content. In every case, they found nothing that substantiated the panic. WhatsApp, the messaging platform where the original alleged contacts had supposedly occurred, reported no significant increase in reports of harassment or harmful content related to the image. The platform's user reporting systems, which allowed people to flag abusive or dangerous messages, showed no unusual patterns related to Momo. Their investigation found isolated incidents of users sharing the disturbing image, but no evidence of organized campaigns targeting children with harmful challenges. But the absence of evidence did not slow the spread of panic. If anything, it seemed to fuel it. The lack of easily findable Momo content was interpreted not as evidence that the threat didn't exist, but as proof of how insidious and hidden it was. Parents were told that the challenges were appearing in the middle of innocent videos, perfectly timed to avoid detection by adults. They were supposedly embedded in children's content in ways that made them nearly impossible to spot, unless you knew exactly when and where to look. This created a perfect storm of anxiety. Parents found themselves in the impossible position of trying to protect their children from a threat they couldn't see or verify. The more they searched for evidence of Momo content, the more frustrated they became when they couldn't find it. And that frustration, paradoxically, seemed to confirm their worst fears. If they couldn't find the dangerous content, it must be even more cleverly hidden than they had thought. The psychology of the panic was fascinating to observe. Parents who might normally be skeptical of unverified internet rumors found themselves sharing warnings about Momo with the same urgency they would use to warn about a house fire or a dangerous driver. The combination of the disturbing image, the supposed threat to children, and the official-seeming responses from schools and law enforcement created a sense of legitimacy that was difficult to question. Child psychologists began reporting an interesting phenomenon. While they weren't seeing children who had been contacted by Momo, they were seeing children who were terrified of the possibility. Kids who had heard about Momo from panicked adults or frightened classmates were developing anxiety about using the internet. Some were having nightmares about the disturbing image. Others were afraid to watch YouTube videos alone, convinced that the creature might suddenly appear. Dr. Sarah Johnson, a child psychologist practicing in California, reported a significant increase in anxiety-related visits during the height of the Momo panic. Children as young as 6 were coming to her office describing fears about their tablets and phones. They worried that Momo might contact them through any internet-connected device. Some refused to use technology altogether, while others became obsessively vigilant, constantly checking their devices for signs of unwanted contact. The irony was profound. In trying to protect children from a largely fictional threat, adults had created a very real source of fear and anxiety. The panic itself was causing more harm to children than the actual challenge ever had. Kids who had never heard of Momo before the warnings began were now frightened of an image they had never encountered, and a threat that investigators could not verify. Meanwhile, a few internet pranksters and attention seekers began capitalizing on the hysteria. Some created fake Momo accounts on social media platforms, sending messages to users who they knew would be frightened by the contact. These messages were typically harmless pranks rather than genuine attempts to cause harm, but they were enough to generate screenshots and reports that seemed to validate the original panic. Others made videos claiming to show Momo challenges, though these were obvious hoaxes created after the panic had already begun. These copycat incidents were then cited as evidence that the original threat was real, creating a feedback loop of fear and false validation. Each new fake incident seemed to confirm that the threat was growing, when in reality these incidents were responses to the panic rather than evidence of its cause. The phenomenon of copycat incidents during moral panics is well documented by sociologists and psychologists. When a particular type of threat receives widespread attention, it often inspires imitation attempts that seem to validate the original fears. These imitations, even when they are clearly created in response to media coverage, are often treated as independent confirmation of the threat's reality. Law enforcement agencies found themselves in a difficult position. On one hand, they were receiving hundreds of reports from concerned parents about a threat that their investigations couldn't substantiate. On the other hand, they didn't want to dismiss parental concerns entirely, especially when it came to child safety. Many agencies chose a middle path, issuing statements that acknowledged the reports while emphasizing that they had found no verified evidence of the challenge. These statements often used carefully worded language designed to be both accurate and reassuring. Police departments would say they were aware of reports about Momo while continuing to investigate the claims. They would encourage parents to remain vigilant while not panicking about unverified threats. This diplomatic language was intended to acknowledge parental concerns without endorsing unsubstantiated claims. But even these measured responses were often interpreted as confirmation that the threat was real. When police departments said they were aware of reports about Momo, many parents heard this as official acknowledgement that their children were in danger. The careful language used by law enforcement, designed to be accurate and non-alarmist, often had the opposite effect. The media played a crucial role in amplifying the panic. News outlets, particularly those focused on online content and social media engagement, found that Momo stories generated significant traffic. The combination of parental fear, child safety concerns, and a genuinely disturbing image made for compelling content that viewers couldn't ignore. Stories about Momo regularly became the most read articles on news websites and the most watched segments on television news programs. However, much of this coverage failed to distinguish between unverified reports and confirmed facts. Stories often presented the alleged cases from Latin America as established truth, without mentioning that investigators had found no concrete evidence linking those tragedies to any organized challenge. The result was reporting that sounded authoritative and factual, but was actually based on unsubstantiated claims and internet rumors. The competitive nature of modern media also contributed to the escalation of the panic. As news outlets competed for audience attention, there was pressure to find new angles on the Momo story, to uncover additional cases, or to provide more alarming details about the supposed threat. This competition sometimes led to less rigorous fact-checking and more sensationalized reporting. As the panic reached its peak in early 2019, some voices began pushing back. Fact-checking organizations like Snopes and PolitiFact investigated the claims and found them wanting. They published detailed analyses of the available evidence, pointing out the lack of verified cases and the absence of concrete proof that the challenge existed as described. YouTube creators who specialized in debunking internet hoaxes made videos explaining the lack of evidence for the Momo Challenge. These creators, who had experience investigating and exposing online misinformation, applied their skills to the Momo phenomenon and found it lacking in substance. Their videos, while reaching smaller audiences than mainstream news coverage, provided important counterpoints to the panic narrative. Even some mainstream news outlets began publishing more skeptical takes on the story. Journalists who had initially covered the Momo Challenge as a legitimate threat began investigating more thoroughly and publishing follow-up pieces that questioned the original reports. These corrections and clarifications were important, but they often received less attention than the original alarming coverage. But by then, the damage was done. The story had taken on a life of its own, spreading through school parking lots, parent Facebook groups, and family WhatsApp chats. Each retelling added new details and increased the sense of urgency. Parents who might have been skeptical of a news report were more likely to believe a warning from a trusted friend or family member. The psychology behind the Momo panic reveals fascinating insights into how modern societies process and respond to perceived threats. The fear tapped into several deep-seated anxieties that many parents already harbored. There was the fear of technology they didn't fully understand. There was anxiety about their children's online activities and the possibility that strangers might have access to them through their devices. There was the broader concern about youth suicide rates and the factors that might influence vulnerable young people. The Momo Challenge seemed to bring all of these fears together into a single, identifiable threat. It gave parents something concrete to worry about, and theoretically, something they could protect their children from. The alternative, accepting that they couldn't control or monitor every aspect of their children's digital lives, was far more unsettling than believing in a specific, if unverified, danger. The visual aspect of the panic cannot be understated. The Momo image itself was genuinely disturbing to many people. Its bulging eyes, unnaturally wide mouth, and stringy hair triggered an almost instinctive revulsion in viewers. This visceral reaction made the associated claims feel more believable. If something looked that frightening, the reasoning went, it must be connected to something truly dangerous. The uncanny valley effect also played a role in the image's disturbing impact. The sculpture had human-like features, but they were distorted in ways that made it seem both familiar and alien. This combination of recognition and revulsion is a powerful psychological trigger that has been used in horror entertainment for decades. The Momo image tapped into these same primal fears, making it particularly effective at generating strong emotional responses. The timing of the panic also played a role in its spread. In early 2019, concerns about social media's impact on young people were reaching a fever pitch. Stories about cyberbullying, online predators, and the addictive nature of digital platforms were regularly making headlines. The Momo Challenge fit perfectly into this narrative of technological threat, providing a specific face for more general anxieties about children's relationship with the internet. The panic also occurred during a period of increased awareness about youth suicide and mental health issues. High-profile cases of young people taking their own lives, sometimes after experiencing online harassment or bullying, had sensitized parents and educators to the potential dangers of internet culture. The idea that malicious actors might be using technology to encourage self-harm seemed plausible in this context, even without concrete evidence. As the months passed and no verified cases of Momo-related harm materialized, the panic gradually began to subside. Parents who had been frantically monitoring their children's internet usage started to relax. Schools that had sent warning letters home moved on to other concerns. The media, always hungry for the next big story, shifted their attention elsewhere. The decline of the panic was gradual rather than sudden. There was no single moment when everyone realized that the threat wasn't real. Instead, the absence of new incidents, combined with increasing skepticism from experts and fact-checkers, slowly eroded the credibility of the Momo Challenge narrative. By the summer of 2019, mentions of Momo in news coverage had become rare, and the topic had largely disappeared from social media discussions. But the impact of the Momo Challenge hysteria extends far beyond the few months when it dominated headlines. It serves as a case study in how fear can spread in the digital age, particularly when that fear involves children's safety. It demonstrates how social media algorithms designed to promote engaging content can inadvertently amplify panic and misinformation. The episode also raises important questions about the responsibility of media outlets, law enforcement agencies, and educational institutions when responding to unverified threats. How do you balance the need to take parental concerns seriously with the obligation to base responses on factual evidence? How do you communicate uncertainty without appearing dismissive or negligent? Perhaps most importantly, the Momo Challenge hysteria highlights the complex relationship between protection and harm when it comes to children and technology. The adults who shared warnings about Momo were motivated by genuine love and concern for young people. They wanted to keep children safe from what they perceived as a serious threat, but in their eagerness to protect, they may have inadvertently created new sources of fear and anxiety. Long before viral videos and social media could spread panic at the speed of light, fear had to travel the old-fashioned way, through newspapers, word of mouth, and the kind of breathless conversation that happens when neighbors lean over backyard fences to share the latest alarming news. In the summer of 1899, one such fear gripped the United States with an intensity that seems almost quaint by today's standards, yet was very real to the millions of Americans who lived through it. It began with reports of a mysterious insect, one that supposedly targeted the most intimate and vulnerable part of the human face, the lips. Newspapers called it the kissing bug, and according to increasingly frantic reports, it was spreading across the country like a plague, leaving a trail of swollen faces, agonizing pain, and even death in its wake. But what exactly was this creature that terrorized an entire nation? Was it a genuine threat that had suddenly emerged from the wilderness to menace American cities? Or was it something else entirely? A perfect example of how fear, media sensationalism, and public anxiety could combine to create a crisis that existed more in imagination than in reality. The story of the kissing bug scare reveals fascinating insights into American society at the turn of the 20th century, a time when rapid industrialization and urbanization were changing the very fabric of daily life. It was an era when scientific understanding of insects and disease was still developing, when newspapers competed fiercely for readers' attention, and when the line between reporting and sensationalizing was often blurry at best. The panic began in Washington, D.C. in June of 1899, with reports of several people being bitten by an unknown insect that left their faces severely swollen. The victims described waking up to find their lips, cheeks, and eyelids grotesquely enlarged, accompanied by intense itching and burning sensations. The mysterious attacks seemed random and unpredictable, striking both rich and poor, young and old, without any apparent pattern. The first recorded case involved a young woman named Margaret Hillary, who worked as a clerk in one of the government buildings downtown. She had gone to bed on a warm June evening feeling perfectly normal, her bedroom window open to catch whatever breeze might provide relief from the oppressive summer heat. When she awoke the next morning, she could barely recognize herself in the mirror. Her lips had swollen to twice their normal size, her cheeks were puffy and red, and her eyes were nearly swollen shut. The pain was excruciating, described by witnesses as a burning sensation that seemed to radiate from the affected areas. Miss Hillary's landlady, Mrs. Emma Thornton, was the first to suggest that an insect might be responsible for the young woman's condition. Mrs. Thornton had lived in Washington for 30 years and prided herself on knowing about all manner of local pests and remedies. She had never seen anything quite like Miss Hillary's symptoms, but the pattern of swelling around the face reminded her of bee stings, though magnified far beyond anything she had encountered before. Word of Miss Hillary's condition spread quickly through her boarding house and into the surrounding neighborhood. Within days, similar cases began appearing throughout the capital city. A bank clerk named Thomas Garrett reported identical symptoms after a night spent sleeping with his windows open. Mrs. Sarah Coleman, the wife of a prominent lawyer, experienced the same mysterious swelling after an evening spent reading on her front porch. Local newspapers picked up the story with the kind of enthusiasm typically reserved for political scandals or natural disasters. The Washington Post was among the first to coin the term kissing bug, suggesting that the insect was particularly drawn to people's lips and faces during sleep. The name was both memorable and slightly titillating, perfect for grabbing readers' attention in an era when newspaper sales drove editorial decisions. The Post's coverage was detailed and dramatic, featuring interviews with victims who described their terrifying encounters with the mysterious insect. The stories often followed a similar pattern. The victim would go to sleep normally, only to wake up hours later with a face so swollen they were barely recognizable. The pain was described as excruciating, and many victims required medical attention to reduce the swelling and manage their symptoms. Dr. William Palmer, a prominent Washington physician, was among the first medical professionals to examine kissing bug victims. His initial assessment was cautious but concerning. He noted that the swelling was far more extensive than what he would expect from typical insect bites, and the duration of symptoms was unusually long. Some patients remained significantly swollen for days or even weeks after their alleged encounters with the mysterious bug. Dr. Palmer's medical notes from the period reveal his growing perplexity as more cases appeared in his practice. He documented each patient's symptoms carefully, looking for patterns that might reveal the nature of the threat they were facing. The swelling typically affected the entire face, though it was most pronounced around the lips and eyes. Patients complained of intense itching and burning, often accompanied by a sensation of tightness as their skin stretched to accommodate the swelling. As word of the Washington incident spread, similar reports began emerging from other cities along the East Coast. Philadelphia reported several cases of mysterious insect bites that left victims with swollen faces. The Philadelphia Inquirer picked up the story from their Washington correspondents and began investigating local incidents. They found 3 confirmed cases within the first week of looking, including a prominent businessman whose face had swollen so severely that he couldn't open his eyes for 2 days. New York newspapers picked up the story, adding their own local incidents to the growing list of apparent kissing bug attacks. The New York World, always eager for sensational stories that would boost circulation, ran a front-page article titled "The Terror That Flies by Night. Kissing Bug Stalks the Innocent." The article featured detailed illustrations of the supposed insect, though these drawings were largely imaginary since no one had actually captured or clearly observed the creature responsible for the attacks. Boston, Baltimore, and other major cities soon reported their own cases, creating the impression of an insect invasion sweeping across the entire region. The Baltimore Sun described the city as being under siege by the mysterious pest, while Boston papers warned residents to sleep with their windows closed despite the oppressive summer heat. The media coverage was intense and often sensationalized. Newspapers competed to publish the most dramatic accounts of kissing bug encounters, with headlines that would make modern tabloid editors proud. Deadly kissing bug claims another victim, and terror from the sky. The kissing bug's reign of horror were typical of the coverage that filled front pages throughout the summer of 1899. Reporters interviewed victims who described their terrifying encounters with the mysterious insect. Mrs. Elizabeth Hartwell of Baltimore provided one of the most detailed accounts of the period. She claimed to have been awakened by a sharp pain on her lower lip, followed by the sensation of something crawling across her face. By the time she could light a lamp, whatever had bitten her was gone, but within hours her face had begun to swell dramatically. Mrs. Hartwell's account was particularly compelling because she claimed to have actually seen the insect responsible for her condition. She described it as being about an inch long, dark in color, with prominent eyes and what appeared to be a long proboscis or feeding tube. Her description became the template for many subsequent reports, though variations in the details suggested that different people were seeing different things, or that the creature itself was remarkably variable in appearance. But the more dramatic the coverage became, the more questions began to arise about what was actually happening. Entomologists, scientists who study insects, were called upon to identify the mysterious creature, but they faced a significant problem. In most cases, no one had actually seen the insect that supposedly caused the bites. Victims would wake up with symptoms, but the alleged culprit was nowhere to be found. Dr. Leland Ossian Howard, the chief entomologist of the United States Department of Agriculture, became one of the most prominent voices attempting to bring scientific rigor to the investigation. Howard was a respected scientist who had spent years studying insects and their impact on human health and agriculture. He approached the kissing bug reports with the methodical skepticism that was the hallmark of good scientific practice. Howard had earned his reputation through careful study of agricultural pests and beneficial insects. His work had been instrumental in developing early pest control strategies for American farmers, and his publications were widely respected in scientific circles. When the kissing bug reports began appearing, concerned citizens and government officials naturally turned to him for answers. Howard's initial investigations were thorough and systematic. He corresponded with physicians in affected cities, requesting detailed descriptions of symptoms and any physical evidence that might be available. He also began collecting specimens of insects that had been captured near alleged kissing bug incidents, hoping to identify a common culprit among the various creatures that had been blamed for the attacks. The results of Howard's investigations were both fascinating and frustrating. When he examined victims who claimed to have been bitten by kissing bugs, he often found that their symptoms were not consistent with typical insect bites. The swelling was often too extensive and lasted too long to be explained by the venom or saliva of any known North American insect. Moreover, many of the symptoms resembled allergic reactions or other medical conditions that had nothing to do with insect bites. Howard's medical examinations revealed some interesting patterns. Victims typically showed signs of severe inflammation that seemed to spread beyond the initial site of the alleged bite. The swelling often followed the natural contours of facial tissues, suggesting that whatever was causing the reaction was affecting the entire lymphatic system rather than just the point of contact with an insect. But perhaps most tellingly, Howard noted that in the vast majority of cases, no actual insect had been captured or positively identified. For a scientific investigation, this was a crucial problem. Without physical evidence of the supposed culprit, it was impossible to determine whether the reported attacks were actually caused by insects at all, let alone by a specific species of kissing bug. Howard's scientific approach put him at odds with the popular narrative that was developing in newspapers and public discourse. While the media was reporting on the kissing bug as if its existence was established fact, Howard's investigations were revealing significant gaps in the evidence. He found himself in the uncomfortable position of questioning a phenomenon that millions of Americans had come to accept as real and dangerous. Despite these scientific concerns, the panic continued to spread. Part of the problem was that the term kissing bug was being applied to a variety of different insects, creating confusion about what people were actually reporting. Some newspapers used the term to describe any insect that was found near a person who had experienced facial swelling. Others applied it to specific species like the wheel bug or assassin bug, insects that were already known to science but were not typically associated with the kinds of massive facial swelling being reported. The wheel bug, in particular, became a focal point of the panic. This large, predatory insect was known to deliver painful bites when handled, and its intimidating appearance, featuring a distinctive wheel-shaped crest on its back, made it a perfect villain for newspaper stories. However, entomologists pointed out that wheel bugs were not particularly common in urban areas, and their bites, while painful, did not typically cause the kind of extensive swelling being reported in kissing bug cases. Assassin bugs, another group of insects that became associated with the panic, were similarly problematic as explanations for the reported symptoms. These insects were indeed capable of delivering painful bites, and some species were known to feed on human blood. However, their feeding behavior was typically quick and relatively minor, not the kind of extensive attack that would produce the dramatic swelling described by alleged kissing bug victims. As the summer progressed, the geographic scope of the panic expanded dramatically. Reports of kissing bug attacks began coming in from across the entire United States. Cities as far west as Chicago and as far south as New Orleans reported their own cases. The Transcontinental Railroad, which had recently connected the east and west coasts, seemed to provide a perfect explanation for how the insects might be spreading so rapidly across such vast distances. The Chicago Tribune was among the first major Western newspapers to report on local kissing bug incidents. Their coverage followed the pattern established by Eastern papers, featuring dramatic headlines and detailed interviews with alleged victims. Mrs. Catherine Mueller, a German immigrant living on the city's north side, became one of Chicago's most prominent kissing bug cases after waking up with severe facial swelling that required hospitalization. Mrs. Mueller's case was particularly compelling because she claimed to have captured the insect responsible for her condition. She presented a small, dark beetle to Tribune reporters, insisting that this was the creature that had attacked her during the night. However, when the specimen was examined by local naturalists, it turned out to be a common carpet beetle, an insect that was not known to bite humans and was far too small to cause the kind of extensive swelling that Mrs. Mueller had experienced. The New Orleans Times-Picayune reported several local cases, including that of a prominent cotton merchant who claimed to have been attacked while sleeping in his garden-facing bedroom. The merchant, whose name was withheld from newspaper accounts at his family's request, reportedly experienced such severe swelling that he was unable to conduct business for more than a week. His physician, Dr. August Beauregard, publicly stated that he had never seen symptoms quite like those exhibited by his patient. But this geographic expansion of the panic actually provided more evidence for skeptics who questioned whether the kissing bug was a real phenomenon. The speed with which reports spread across the country was inconsistent with the natural dispersal patterns of insects. If a genuine new pest had emerged in Washington, D.C., it would take years or even decades for it to establish populations across the entire continent. The fact that reports were appearing simultaneously in cities thousands of miles apart suggested that something other than insect migration was responsible for the spread of the panic. Dr. Howard noted this geographic inconsistency in his official reports to the Department of Agriculture. His analysis of the timeline of reported incidents showed that the panic was spreading faster than any insect could possibly travel, even with the assistance of railroad transportation. This pattern strongly suggested that the phenomenon was more psychological and social than biological. The role of newspapers in amplifying and sustaining the kissing bug scare cannot be overstated. This was an era of intense competition among daily newspapers, particularly in major cities where multiple papers competed for the same readers. Sensational stories sold papers, and the kissing bug provided exactly the kind of mysterious, frightening content that editors knew would keep readers coming back for more. Newspaper coverage often blurred the line between reporting and entertainment. Stories about kissing bug attacks were frequently accompanied by dramatic illustrations showing grotesquely swollen victims or menacing insects with exaggerated features. These illustrations were typically created by staff artists who had no scientific training and were more concerned with visual impact than biological accuracy. The result was a series of increasingly fantastic depictions of the supposed kissing bug that bore little resemblance to any real insect. Headlines used language typically reserved for wartime coverage or natural disasters, treating individual cases of facial swelling as if they were major public health emergencies. City under siege by mysterious pest and kissing bug army advances across nation were typical examples of the hyperbolic language used to describe what were, at most, isolated incidents of unexplained symptoms. The competitive nature of newspaper coverage also led to a kind of escalation in the reported severity of kissing bug attacks. As papers competed to publish the most dramatic stories, the symptoms described by victims seemed to become more severe, the insects more dangerous, and the threat to public health more dire. What might have started as relatively minor cases of skin irritation or allergic reactions were transformed through media coverage into life-threatening encounters with a mysterious new menace. Joseph Pulitzer's New York World was particularly aggressive in its kissing bug coverage, employing the same sensationalistic techniques that had made the paper famous during the Spanish-American War. The World sent reporters to interview alleged victims across the eastern seaboard, creating a sense that the newspaper was conducting a comprehensive investigation into a major national crisis. Their coverage included detailed maps showing the supposed spread of kissing bug attacks, complete with arrows indicating the insect's presumed migration patterns. Medical professionals found themselves caught in the middle of the panic, trying to provide care for patients who were convinced they had been attacked by kissing bugs, while also attempting to determine what was actually causing their symptoms. Many doctors reported that patients were arriving at their offices with facial swelling and immediately attributing it to kissing bug bites, even when there was no evidence that any insect had been involved. Dr. Marcus Whitman, a prominent physician practicing in Philadelphia, kept detailed records of the kissing bug cases that appeared in his practice during the summer of 1899. His notes reveal the challenge that medical professionals faced in dealing with the panic. Patients would arrive with genuine symptoms, real swelling, real pain, real distress, but their self-diagnosis of kissing bug attack was often unsupported by any physical evidence. Dr. Whitman's examinations frequently revealed signs that suggested causes other than insect bites. Some patients showed evidence of allergic reaction to cosmetics or soaps. Others had symptoms consistent with bacterial or viral infection that could cause facial swelling. A few appeared to be suffering from dental problems that had caused localized inflammation. But regardless of the underlying cause, patients were convinced that they had been victims of the mysterious kissing bug. The psychological component of the kissing bug panic was particularly interesting to observers at the time. As reports of attacks spread, many people became hypervigilant about any insect they encountered, and some began experiencing symptoms simply from the anxiety and stress of constantly worrying about potential attacks. This created a feedback loop where fear of kissing bugs led to symptoms that were then interpreted as evidence of kissing bug attacks, which in turn fueled more fear and anxiety. Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell, a prominent neurologist and pioneer in the study of psychological disorders, became interested in the kissing bug phenomenon from a psychiatric perspective. Mitchell had extensive experience treating patients with what was then called nervous disorders, and he recognized patterns in the kissing bug panic that reminded him of other cases of mass hysteria he had observed. Mitchell's analysis of the kissing bug scare, published in a medical journal later that year, identified several key psychological factors that contributed to the panic's spread. He noted that the fear was most intense among people who were already anxious about their health or safety, and that symptoms often appeared in clusters among people who knew each other or lived in the same neighborhoods. The doctor also observed that many alleged kissing bug victims showed signs of what he called sympathetic symptoms, physical reactions that appeared to be triggered by hearing about or thinking about the supposed attacks rather than by any actual insect contact. These patients would develop facial swelling, itching, or burning sensations after reading newspaper accounts of kissing bug incidents or talking with other alleged victims. Public health officials faced a challenging situation. On one hand, they couldn't dismiss the concerns of citizens who were genuinely experiencing distressing symptoms. On the other hand, they had little concrete evidence that a genuine public health threat existed. Most chose a cautious approach, acknowledging the reports while emphasizing the importance of proper identification and scientific investigation. The New York City Department of Health issued one of the most carefully worded official statements of the period. Their announcement acknowledged that they had received numerous reports of insect-related injuries, while emphasizing that no specific pest has been identified as responsible for the alleged attacks. The statement urged citizens to capture any suspicious insects for scientific examination, while avoiding unnecessary alarm or panic. Similar statements were issued by health departments in other major cities, but the careful, measured language often failed to reassure panicked citizens. Many people interpreted official acknowledgement of the reports as confirmation that the threat was real, even when authorities emphasized the lack of concrete evidence. As the panic reached its peak in July and August of 1899, some cities took dramatic action to address the perceived threat. Pest control companies reported increased demand for their services as homeowners sought to protect themselves from potential kissing bug attacks. These companies, many of which had little experience dealing with the kinds of insects allegedly responsible for the attacks, often resorted to general fumigation techniques that were unlikely to be effective against any specific pest. Hardware stores across the affected regions sold out of window screens and insect repellents. The demand was so intense that some merchants began advertising kissing bug protection kits that included screens, netting, and various concoctions claimed to repel the mysterious insects. Most of these products were of dubious effectiveness, but desperate homeowners were willing to try anything that might protect their families from the supposed threat. Some hotels even advertised their rooms as kissing bug-proof, using fine mesh nets and other protective measures to attract nervous travelers. The Palmer House in Chicago installed what they called scientific insect barriers in all their guest rooms, though these consisted of little more than additional screens and netting that provided more psychological comfort than actual protection. The economic impact of the panic extended beyond pest control and protective equipment. Tourism to affected areas declined as people worried about encountering kissing bugs during their travels. The fashionable summer resorts of the Northeast, traditionally destinations for wealthy city dwellers seeking relief from urban heat and pollution, reported significant decreases in bookings as potential guests decided to stay home rather than risk exposure to the mysterious insects. Some agricultural regions reported concerns that the insects might pose a threat to crops or livestock, though there was no evidence to support these fears. Farmers in areas where kissing bug attacks had been reported began requesting information about protective measures for their animals and crops, adding another layer of economic anxiety to the growing panic. But as summer turned to fall, the kissing bug reports began to decline dramatically. This seasonal pattern provided important clues about the true nature of the panic. If a genuine new pest had established itself in North American cities, there was no biological reason why attacks would suddenly decrease with the changing seasons. Most insects that bite humans, such as mosquitoes and flies, remain active well into the fall months. The decline in reports coincided with several other factors that helped bring the panic to an end. Scientific investigations by entomologists like Dr. Howard had failed to identify any new or particularly dangerous insect species that could account for the reported attacks. Medical professionals had begun publishing articles questioning whether many of the alleged kissing bug cases were actually caused by insects at all. Dr. Howard's final report on the kissing bug investigation, published in October of 1899, was a model of scientific restraint and careful analysis. He acknowledged that some genuine insect bites had undoubtedly occurred during the summer months, but concluded that there was no evidence for the existence of a new or unusually dangerous pest species. He suggested that most of the reported cases were likely caused by a combination of ordinary insect bites, allergic reactions, and psychological factors related to the intense media coverage of the supposed threat. The report also included detailed illustrations of various insects that had been blamed for kissing bug attacks, along with accurate descriptions of their typical behavior and the kinds of injuries they were actually capable of inflicting. Howard's scientific approach provided a stark contrast to the sensationalized newspaper coverage that had fueled the panic, offering readers factual information based on careful observation and analysis. Perhaps most importantly, newspaper editors had begun to move on to other stories as public interest in the kissing bug phenomenon waned. The competitive pressure that had driven much of the sensationalistic coverage now worked in the opposite direction, as papers shifted their attention to new topics that might capture readers' interest. The Spanish-American War had ended earlier that year, but its aftermath continued to provide plenty of material for dramatic headlines and patriotic stories that proved more compelling than mysterious insect attacks. By the end of 1899, the kissing bug had largely disappeared from newspaper headlines. The few reports that continued to appear were typically relegated to back pages and treated with considerably more skepticism than the front-page stories of the summer months. The Great Kissing Bug Scare was over almost as quickly as it had begun, leaving behind a fascinating example of how fear, media coverage, and public anxiety could combine to create a crisis that was largely based on perception rather than reality. The aftermath of the panic provided valuable lessons for both scientists and the general public. Medical professionals who had treated alleged kissing bug victims began publishing case studies that helped identify the various conditions that had been misattributed to insect attacks. These studies contributed to a better understanding of allergic reactions, skin conditions, and the psychological factors that could influence the perception and reporting of symptoms. Entomologists used the kissing bug scare as an opportunity to educate the public about the insects that actually did pose legitimate threats to human health. Dr. Howard and his colleagues published popular articles and pamphlets that provided accurate information about common biting insects, their typical behavior, and the kinds of injuries they were capable of causing. This educational effort helped people distinguish between genuine insect-related health concerns and the kinds of exaggerated threats that had characterized the kissing bug panic. In retrospect, scientists and historians have concluded that the kissing bug panic of 1899 was primarily a case of mass hysteria amplified by sensationalistic media coverage. While some of the reported cases may have involved actual insect bites, the vast majority were likely caused by other factors: allergic reactions, bacterial infections, or psychological symptoms brought on by anxiety about potential attacks. The true kissing bugs, insects in the family Reduviidae that are actually known by that name today, do exist and can transmit diseases like Chagas disease in parts of Central and South America. However, these insects were not involved in the 1899 panic, and they do not typically cause the kind of massive facial swelling that was reported in the newspaper accounts of that summer. The few species of assassin bugs that do occur in North America are generally not aggressive toward humans and rarely cause significant medical problems. The kissing bug scare provides valuable insights into American society at the turn of the 20th century. It occurred during a period of rapid change when many Americans were moving from rural areas to growing cities, encountering new environments and new potential threats. The rise of mass media, in the form of daily newspapers with wide circulation, meant that local incidents could quickly become national news, spreading far beyond their original geographic boundaries. The panic also reflected the state of scientific knowledge at the time. While entomology was becoming a more established field, public understanding of insects and their behavior was still limited. This knowledge gap created space for speculation and fear to flourish, as people struggled to understand and categorize unfamiliar experiences. The lack of rapid communication between scientists and the general public meant that accurate information often failed to reach panicked communities before fear had already taken hold. The economic aspects of the panic were also revealing of American society in 1899. The rapid growth of consumer culture meant that entrepreneurs were quick to capitalize on public fears, creating new products and services designed to address the perceived threat. The willingness of consumers to purchase kissing bug protection items demonstrated both the intensity of the fear and the increasing commercialization of American daily life. Perhaps most significantly, the kissing bug scare demonstrated the power of suggestion and social contagion in creating and sustaining public panics. Once the idea of a dangerous insect attacking people's faces was planted in the public imagination, it became easier for people to interpret any unexplained symptoms or encounters with insects through that lens. The result was a self-reinforcing cycle of fear and reported incidents that sustained the panic far longer than any genuine biological threat could have. The episode also highlights the complex relationship between media coverage and public health. While newspapers played a crucial role in spreading awareness of potential threats, their competitive desire for dramatic stories sometimes led to coverage that created more fear than understanding. The challenge of balancing public information with responsible reporting is one that continues to resonate in discussions of media coverage of health scares and potential threats. The role of authority figures, doctors, scientists, and public health officials in either validating or questioning public fears was also crucial to the development and eventual resolution of the panic. When respected professionals took the reports seriously and conducted careful investigations, they provided both legitimacy to initial concerns and, ultimately, the evidence needed to debunk exaggerated claims. The scientific method, with its emphasis on evidence and careful observation, proved to be an effective antidote to mass hysteria, though it took time for scientific findings to overcome the momentum of public fear. The geographic spread of the panic revealed interesting patterns about how information and fear traveled in pre-electronic America. The concentration of early reports in major eastern cities, followed by the gradual spread westward, mirrored the patterns of newspaper distribution and telegraph communication. This geographic pattern provided early clues that the phenomenon was more about information transmission than insect migration. The seasonal nature of the panic also offered insights into the psychological and social factors that sustained it. The fact that reports declined sharply as summer ended, despite the continued activity of most biting insects well into the fall, suggested that factors other than actual insect behavior were driving the phenomenon. The timing coincided with the return of children to school, the end of vacation season, and a general shift in public attention to other concerns. The kissing bug scare also revealed interesting class and gender dimensions in how the panic was experienced and reported. Many of the most prominent cases involved middle-class urban residents, particularly women, who had the leisure time to read newspapers extensively and the social connections to spread stories rapidly through their communities. Working-class Americans, who were less likely to have access to multiple newspapers and more focused on immediate economic concerns, seemed to have been less affected by the panic. The legacy of the kissing bug scare extends beyond its immediate impact on American society in 1899. It serves as an early example of how modern mass media could amplify and spread panic, presaging later episodes of mass hysteria that would be facilitated by radio, television, and eventually the internet. The basic dynamics of the kissing bug panic, a mysterious threat, sensationalistic media coverage, public anxiety, and the spread of fear through social networks, would be repeated many times in the decades that followed. For historians and sociologists, the kissing bug scare provides a valuable case study in the social construction of threat and the role of collective behavior in shaping public responses to perceived dangers. It demonstrates how genuine concerns about health and safety can be amplified and distorted through social processes, creating panics that take on lives of their own regardless of the underlying reality of the supposed threat. The episode also offers lessons about the importance of scientific literacy and critical thinking in evaluating claims about new or unusual threats. The communities that were best able to resist the panic were often those with access to knowledgeable scientists or medical professionals who could provide alternative explanations for reported symptoms. This highlights the continuing importance of scientific education and expertise in helping societies navigate periods of uncertainty and fear. The summer of 1899 came to an end, and with it, the great kissing bug scare faded into memory. The insects that had supposedly terrorized the nation disappeared back into whatever shadows had spawned them, leaving behind only newspaper clippings and medical records as evidence of their brief but dramatic impact on American society. But the lessons of that strange summer, about fear, media, and the power of collective belief, remain as relevant today as they were more than a century ago, reminding us that sometimes the most dangerous threats are not the ones that crawl or fly or bite, but the ones that live in our imagination and spread through our need to share our fears with others. In the summer of 2001, a concerned mother in McMurray, Pennsylvania, made a discovery that would spark one of the most controversial medical mysteries of the modern era. Mary Laytow was examining her 2-year-old son Drew when she noticed something strange beneath his skin. Through a magnifying glass, she could see what appeared to be tiny fibers, blue and black in color, emerging from small sores on his body. When she brought Drew to multiple doctors, they dismissed her concerns, suggesting the fibers were likely cotton from his clothing or carpet fibers from their home. But Mary wasn't convinced. She was a former medical technician with training in biology, and these fibers didn't look like anything she had seen before. They seemed to be growing from within the skin itself, and no matter how thoroughly she cleaned the wounds, they kept appearing. The doctors she consulted began to suggest that she might be experiencing delusional parasitosis, a condition where patients believe they are infested with parasites when no evidence of infestation exists. The dismissive attitude of the medical professionals only fueled Mary's determination to find answers. She spent countless hours examining the fibers under her microscope, documenting their appearance and behavior. Some appeared to be hollow like tubes, while others seemed solid. Under certain lighting conditions, they appeared to glow with an otherworldly luminescence. Most disturbing of all, some of the fibers seemed to move on their own, writhing and twisting when she placed them on a glass slide. Drew's condition was worsening. The sores on his body were multiplying, and he complained of feeling like something was crawling under his skin. Other children in the family began developing similar symptoms. Mary's husband, a veterinarian, initially supported her concerns but gradually became skeptical as doctor after doctor dismissed their experiences as psychological in nature. Frustrated and desperate for answers, Mary began researching historical medical literature. In a 1674 medical text by British physician Sir Thomas Browne, she found a description of a condition called Morgellons Disease, characterized by harsh hairs emerging from the backs of children. The symptoms seemed remarkably similar to what she was observing in her son. Mary decided to revive this forgotten name for what she believed was a very real, very physical condition. The historical reference gave Mary's quest a sense of legitimacy and purpose. Sir Thomas Browne had been a respected physician and scholar, and his description of children suffering from mysterious fibers emerging from their skin provided validation that this wasn't a new phenomenon. Mary began to wonder if Morgellons disease had existed throughout history, perhaps misunderstood or misdiagnosed by medical professionals who lacked the tools to properly investigate it. In 2002, Mary created a website called the Morgellons Research Foundation, where she detailed her son's symptoms and invited others who might be experiencing similar issues to come forward. She posted photographs of the mysterious fibers, microscopic images that showed their unusual structure and appearance. The website included detailed descriptions of symptoms, potential treatments, and resources for families dealing with similar experiences. What happened next was extraordinary and deeply troubling. Within months, hundreds, then thousands of people from across the United States and beyond began contacting Mary, claiming they too suffered from mysterious fibers emerging from their skin. The response was overwhelming and heartbreaking. Email after email poured in from desperate families, isolated individuals, and people who had been dismissed by the medical establishment. The stories were remarkably consistent across different geographic regions, age groups, and social backgrounds. Patients described feeling crawling sensations beneath their skin, as if something was moving just below the surface. They reported finding colorful fibers, red, blue, black, and white, emerging from sores and lesions. Many described the fibers as being unlike any material they had ever encountered. Some claimed the fibers glowed under ultraviolet light, while others insisted they moved on their own when observed under a microscope. But the physical symptoms were only part of the nightmare that Morgellons patients endured. Many reported severe fatigue that made it difficult to perform basic daily activities. Joint pain plagued sufferers, with some describing it as feeling like their bones were being gnawed from the inside. Cognitive problems that patients described as brain fog left them struggling to concentrate, remember simple things, or engage in complex thinking. The psychological toll was perhaps even more devastating than the physical symptoms. Many Morgellons patients reported severe depression and anxiety, often exacerbated by the dismissive attitudes of medical professionals who refused to acknowledge their condition as real. Families split apart as spouses and children began to question the sanity of their loved ones. Support groups formed online, creating communities of people who felt abandoned by traditional medicine and rejected by society at large. Dr. William Harvey, a dermatologist in San Francisco, became one of the first medical professionals to take Morgellons seriously. He began seeing patients who claimed to suffer from the condition and was struck by the consistency of their reports. Unlike many of his colleagues, Dr. Harvey didn't immediately dismiss the patients as delusional. Instead, he began conducting his own research, collecting fiber samples and attempting to identify their composition. Dr. Harvey's preliminary findings were intriguing and disturbing. Under high-powered microscopy, some of the fibers appeared to have unusual properties that didn't match common textile materials. Some seemed to be composed of cellulose, a plant-based material, while others appeared to contain proteins typically found in living organisms. Most puzzling of all, some fibers seemed to resist standard laboratory analysis, maintaining their structure even when subjected to harsh chemicals and extreme temperatures. As word of Morgellons spread through internet forums and support groups, patterns began to emerge that raised questions about the nature of the condition. Many patients reported that their symptoms had begun after periods of high stress, major life changes, or exposure to certain environments. Others noted that their symptoms seemed to worsen during times of emotional turmoil or when they focused intently on the condition. The demographic profile of Morgellons patients also revealed interesting patterns. The condition appeared to affect more women than men, often middle-aged individuals with higher than average education levels. Many sufferers had histories of other unexplained medical conditions, including chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, and multiple chemical sensitivity. Some researchers noted that many patients worked in healthcare, education, or other professions that required attention to detail and careful observation. Geographic clusters of cases began to emerge, with higher concentrations reported in certain regions, particularly California, Texas, and Florida. Some researchers speculated that environmental factors might play a role, pointing to agricultural areas where genetically modified crops were grown or regions with high levels of industrial pollution. Others suggested that the clustering might be explained by social networks and communication patterns rather than environmental causes. Medical professionals found themselves in an increasingly difficult position as more patients sought treatment for Morgellons symptoms. The patients were clearly suffering, their distress was genuine and heartbreaking, and their symptoms were consistent across different geographic regions and social groups. But when doctors examined the supposed fibers under microscopes, many concluded they were cotton, polyester, or other common textile materials. Blood tests showed no evidence of parasites or unusual infections in most patients. Skin biopsies revealed inflammation consistent with scratching and picking, but no signs of an underlying parasitic or infectious cause. Attempts to culture organisms from the fibers or skin samples typically yielded only common environmental bacteria and fungi. The lack of objective medical evidence led most physicians to conclude that Morgellons was a psychological rather than physical condition. The medical establishment largely settled on a diagnosis of delusional parasitosis, sometimes called Havana Syndrome. This psychiatric condition causes patients to believe they are infested with parasites, leading them to scratch and pick at their skin until sores develop. The fibers, doctors argued, were simply environmental materials that had become embedded in the wounds through repeated touching and scratching. The psychiatric explanation gained support from several observations that seemed to fit the pattern of delusional parasitosis. Many Morgellons patients exhibited behaviors consistent with the condition, including excessive grooming, social isolation, and obsessive documentation of their symptoms. Some patients brought bags full of material they claimed were parasites or fibers to medical appointments, a behavior known as the matchbox sign that is considered characteristic of delusional parasitosis. But Morgellons patients and their advocates pushed back strongly against this explanation. They argued that the medical community was too quick to dismiss their symptoms as psychiatric, rather than investigating potential physical causes. Patients pointed out that the consistency of symptoms across different populations and geographic regions suggested a common physical cause rather than individual psychological problems. Some patients pointed to environmental toxins as possible explanations for their condition. They suggested that exposure to pesticides, heavy metals, or industrial chemicals might be causing their symptoms. Others theorized that genetically modified organisms in food or agriculture might be responsible, pointing to the timing of the Morgellons' emergence with the widespread adoption of genetically modified crops. The nanotechnology theory gained particular traction among some Morgellons patients and researchers. Proponents of this theory suggested that the fibers might be composed of artificially created nanoparticles or self-assembling materials that had somehow entered the human body. They pointed to the unusual properties of some fibers, including their resistance to standard laboratory analysis and their apparent ability to move independently. The controversy deepened when some alternative medicine practitioners began to validate the patient's experiences and offer treatments that mainstream medicine wouldn't provide. These doctors claimed to have found evidence of unusual organisms in patient samples, including what they described as biofilms and atypical bacteria. Some reported finding evidence of Lyme disease bacteria in Morgellons patients, suggesting a possible connection between the two conditions. Dr. Raphael Stricker, a controversial physician in San Francisco, became one of the most vocal advocates for the reality of Morgellons disease. He claimed to have treated hundreds of patients with the condition and argued that it was often associated with chronic Lyme disease. Dr. Stricker's approach involved long-term antibiotic treatment, a practice that was controversial even among Lyme disease specialists. However, the findings of alternative medicine practitioners were not accepted by mainstream medical journals, and their methodologies were often questioned by the broader scientific community. Critics argued that these practitioners were exploiting vulnerable patients by offering expensive treatments for a condition that didn't exist. The lack of peer review and scientific rigor in many alternative medicine studies made it difficult to evaluate their claims objectively. In 2006, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, responding to growing public pressure and reports from state health departments, announced they would conduct a comprehensive study of Morgellons disease. The announcement was welcomed by patient advocates who hoped that a rigorous scientific investigation would finally validate their experiences and lead to effective treatments. The CDC study, which cost $1.4 million and took 6 years to complete, was the most comprehensive investigation of Morgellons disease ever undertaken. Researchers examined 115 patients who reported Morgellons symptoms, conducting extensive medical evaluations, psychological assessments, and laboratory analysis of fiber samples and skin biopsies. The study protocol was designed to be as objective and thorough as possible. Patients underwent complete physical examinations, blood tests, and skin biopsies performed by experienced dermatologists. Psychological evaluations were conducted by trained mental health professionals. All fiber samples collected from patients were analyzed by multiple independent laboratories using state-of-the-art techniques. The CDC's findings, published in 2012, were definitive and controversial. Researchers found no evidence of an infectious cause for the condition. The fibers collected from patients were identified as cotton, nylon, and other common materials, often colored with standard textile dyes. Most patients showed signs of chronic scratching and picking, and many had underlying psychiatric conditions, particularly depression and anxiety. The CDC concluded that Morgellons was not a distinct disease, but rather a form of delusional parasitosis. The study also revealed that many Morgellons patients had elevated levels of psychological distress compared to the general population. Depression, anxiety, and obsessive-compulsive behaviors were common among study participants. Some patients had histories of drug abuse or other psychiatric conditions that might have contributed to their symptoms. The response from the Morgellons community was swift and angry. Patients and advocates accused the CDC of conducting a biased study designed to discredit their experiences rather than genuinely investigate the condition. They pointed out that the study had excluded many patients who claimed to have Morgellons, focusing only on those who met specific clinical criteria that may have biased the results towards psychological explanations. Some critics argued that the researchers had predetermined their conclusions and ignored evidence that didn't fit their psychiatric explanation. They questioned the methodology used to analyze fiber samples, suggesting that the laboratories might not have had the appropriate techniques to identify novel materials or organisms. Patient advocates also criticized the study's focus on psychiatric evaluation, arguing that it stigmatized sufferers and discouraged them from seeking medical care. Mary Lay, who had started it all with her concerns about her son, expressed deep disappointment with the study's findings. She maintained that the CDC had failed to adequately investigate the physical aspects of the condition and had too quickly dismissed the patient's reports of unusual fibers and organisms. In interviews following the study's publication, she continued to insist that Morgellons was a real, physical condition that deserved serious medical attention. Despite the CDC's conclusions, the Morgellons phenomenon continued to grow and evolve. Online communities provided support and validation for sufferers who felt rejected by traditional medicine. These forums became repositories of home remedies, alternative treatments, and conspiracy theories about the condition's true cause. Some patients turned to extreme measures, using industrial chemicals, veterinary medications, and other dangerous substances in attempts to rid themselves of what they believed were parasites. The persistence of the Morgellons community, despite official rejection, raised important questions about the relationship between medical authority and patient experience. Many sufferers felt that their voices had been silenced by a medical establishment that was more interested in protecting its reputation than genuinely investigating their concerns. The divide between patients and doctors became increasingly bitter, with each side viewing the other with suspicion and mistrust. Some researchers began to explore whether Morgellons might represent a new category of illness that didn't fit neatly into traditional medical classifications. They suggested that the condition might be best understood as a complex interaction between psychological, social, and environmental factors, rather than a simple case of either physical disease or mental illness. The role of the internet in spreading and sustaining the Morgellons phenomenon became a subject of academic study. Researchers noted that online communities allowed people with rare or unusual symptoms to find each other and share experiences in ways that would have been impossible in previous generations. While this connectivity provided valuable support for isolated individuals, It also created new opportunities for misinformation and unfounded theories to spread rapidly. The story of Morgellons raises profound questions about the nature of illness, the power of suggestion, and the complex relationship between mind and body. Some researchers have suggested that Morgellons represents a modern form of mass psychogenic illness, a condition where physical symptoms spread through a community via psychological mechanisms rather than infectious agents. Mass psychogenic illness, also known as mass hysteria, has been documented throughout history. It typically occurs in close-knit communities under stress, often affecting more women than men. The symptoms are real and can be quite severe, but they spread through social networks rather than biological transmission. The internet, some researchers argue, has created new opportunities for this type of psychological contagion, allowing symptoms and beliefs to spread rapidly across vast distances. The case for Morgellons as a form of mass psychogenic illness is compelling in many ways. The condition emerged and spread primarily through online communities rather than through direct person-to-person contact. The symptoms, while distressing, don't follow the patterns typically seen in infectious diseases. Many patients have histories of anxiety and depression, conditions that can make individuals more susceptible to suggestion. The fibers consistently turn out to be common environmental materials, despite patients' sincere beliefs that they are something extraordinary. But critics of the psychological explanation argue that it's too convenient, a way for the medical establishment to dismiss symptoms they don't understand rather than conducting the thorough research needed to identify novel causes. They point out that many psychiatric diagnoses were once applied to conditions that later proved to have physical causes. Peptic ulcers, for example, were long attributed to stress and personality factors before the discovery that most cases were caused by bacterial infection. The debate over Morgellons has highlighted broader issues in modern medicine and society. The rise of the internet has empowered patients to research their conditions and connect with others who share similar experiences, but it has also created new opportunities for misinformation to spread. The relationship between doctors and patients has become more complex, with traditional medical authority being challenged by online communities and alternative medicine practitioners. For the thousands of people who believe they suffer from Morgellons disease, the academic debates over its existence provide little comfort. Their symptoms are real, their suffering is genuine, and their frustration with the medical system is understandable. Whether Morgellons represents a new physical disease, a form of mass psychogenic illness, or something else entirely, the phenomenon has revealed important truths about the power of belief, the limitations of medical knowledge, and the human need for understanding and validation. The story of Morgellons continues to evolve more than 2 decades after Mary Ladau first noticed those mysterious fibers in her son's skin. New patients continue to report symptoms, online communities remain active, and researchers occasionally publish studies supporting various theories about the condition's cause. What began with a mother's concern for her child has become a complex medical mystery that challenges our understanding of the relationship between mind and body, individual experience, and collective belief. As we try to make sense of phenomena like Morgellons disease, we're forced to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of reality itself. How do we distinguish between genuine medical conditions and mass delusions? What happens when sincere belief in symptoms creates real suffering? And in an age of increasing connectivity and decreasing trust in traditional authorities, how do we navigate the complex landscape of medical truth and psychological suggestion? The answers to these questions remain elusive, buried somewhere in the intersection of medicine, psychology, and sociology. But one thing is certain: the story of Morgellons disease serves as a powerful reminder that the human experience of illness extends far beyond the purely biological, encompassing the psychological, social, and cultural dimensions that shape how we understand health and disease. in the quiet farming communities of Beaufort County, Virginia, and later in Mattoon, Illinois. The 1940s brought an unprecedented wave of terror that would challenge everything people thought they knew about crime, mass hysteria, and the power of fear itself. It began with reports of a mysterious intruder who crept through the darkness, entering homes through windows and doors, leaving behind unconscious victims and a sickly sweet smell that lingered in the air like a ghostly signature. The first documented case occurred in December 1943 in Beaufort County, Virginia, a rural area where neighbors knew each other and doors were rarely locked. Mrs. Cal Huffman awoke in the middle of the night feeling nauseated and dizzy. A strange, sweet odor filled her bedroom, unlike anything she had ever encountered. As she tried to get out of bed, she found herself unable to move her legs. They felt heavy and numb, as if they belonged to someone else. Her husband, awakened by her distress, helped her to a window for fresh air, and gradually her symptoms subsided. The Huffman home sat on a quiet country road surrounded by farmland and forest. It was the kind of place where the most exciting event might be a barn raising or a church social. The idea that someone would deliberately attack a family in their own home was almost incomprehensible to the close-knit rural community. Mrs. Huffman had lived in the area her entire life and knew virtually everyone within a 20-mile radius. The thought that one of her neighbors might be capable of such a sinister act was deeply unsettling. At first, the incident seemed like an isolated medical emergency, perhaps caused by a gas leak or some household chemical. The Huffmans checked their home thoroughly for any source of the mysterious odor but found nothing. Their oil lamps were functioning properly, their wood stove showed no signs of malfunction, and there were no chemicals stored anywhere near the bedroom. The sweet smell had dissipated completely by morning, leaving no trace of its source. But within days, similar reports began surfacing throughout the county. The Johnsons, who lived 3 miles away, experienced an identical incident. Mrs. Johnson woke up gasping for air, her throat burning and her limbs feeling paralyzed. The same sickly sweet odor permeated their bedroom. Like the Huffmans, they found no source for the smell and no evidence of any intruder, yet the experience left them shaken and fearful. The pattern was consistent and deeply unsettling across all the early cases. Families awoke to find themselves temporarily paralyzed, struggling with nausea and dizziness, all while a mysterious sweet smell permeated their homes. The attacks always occurred at night, usually in the early hours before dawn when families were in their deepest sleep. Victims described feeling like they were emerging from a strange dream, struggling to distinguish between consciousness and unconsciousness. What made the attacks even more terrifying was their seemingly random nature. The victims had nothing obvious in common. Some were wealthy farmers, others were poor sharecroppers. Some families had many children, others were elderly couples living alone. There was no apparent pattern based on religion, politics, or social standing. The only common thread was the mysterious gas and its debilitating effects. Local authorities were baffled by the reports. Sheriff Henderson had served in law enforcement for over 20 years and had never encountered anything like the mysterious attacks. There were no signs of forced entry at any of the homes, no evidence of theft, and no clear motive for the attacks. The victims described the same sweet smell, the same temporary paralysis, and the same sense of violation that comes from knowing a stranger had been in their most private spaces. The investigation proved frustrating at every turn. Deputies searched the areas around affected homes but found no footprints, no disturbed vegetation, and no physical evidence of any kind. They interviewed neighbors and family members but discovered no enemies or suspicious individuals who might have targeted the victims. The randomness of the attacks made it impossible to predict where the mysterious intruder might strike next. As word spread through the tight-knit community, fear began to take hold in ways that fundamentally changed daily life. Families started locking their doors for the first time in decades, checking their windows multiple times each night, and sleeping with weapons within reach. Parents kept their children close to home, and social gatherings became tense affairs where conversation inevitably turned to the mysterious attacks. The mystery deepened when investigators brought in experts to analyze the supposed crime scenes. Chemical tests of the air and surfaces in affected homes revealed no trace of any toxic substance. Medical examinations of the victims showed no lasting effects, no toxic substances in their blood, and no physical evidence of any kind of chemical exposure. Yet the reports continued, each one adding to the growing sense that something inexplicable was happening in their quiet corner of Virginia. Dr. Robert Mason, the county's only physician, found himself treating victims who exhibited genuine physical symptoms but showed no signs of poisoning or chemical exposure. The temporary paralysis was real, as was the nausea and disorientation. But medical science offered no explanation for how these symptoms could be caused by an unknown gas that left no trace and produced no lasting effects. The Virginia incidents might have remained a local mystery if not for what happened in Mattoon, Illinois, the following year. On the night of August 31st, 1944, Urban Reef, a taxi driver, returned home from work to find his wife lying unconscious on the bedroom floor. A sickly sweet odor hung in the air, remarkably similar to what had been described in the Virginia cases hundreds of miles away. When Aline regained consciousness, she complained of nausea, vomiting, and a burning sensation in her mouth and throat. Her legs were so weak she could barely stand. The Reef home was located on Grant Avenue in a quiet residential neighborhood of Mattoon, a small industrial town of about 16,000 people. It was the kind of middle-class community where people knew their neighbors and children played safely in the streets. The idea that someone would deliberately gas a family in their own home seemed like something from a detective novel rather than real life. Reef immediately suspected that someone had gassed his wife through the bedroom window. He searched the area around his house in the darkness, using a flashlight to examine the ground beneath the bedroom window. There he found what appeared to be a wet rag, though later analysis would reveal nothing unusual about the cloth. Despite the lack of physical evidence, Reef was convinced that his family had been the victim of a deliberate attack by what he called a mad anesthetist. The next morning, Reef contacted the Mattoon police to report the incident. Officer Bill Collins took the report seriously, given the genuine distress of the family and the physical symptoms that Aline had experienced. Collins conducted a thorough investigation of the property, but found no evidence of forced entry or any trace of chemical substances. The wet rag that Reef had discovered proved to be an ordinary piece of cloth with no unusual properties. The Mattoon Daily Journal-Gazette picked up the story from police reports, and their coverage would prove to be a catalyst for one of the most well-documented cases of mass hysteria in American history. The newspaper's editor, Richard Watson, saw the potential for a sensational story that would sell papers and capture readers' attention. The initial headline read "Anesthetic Prowler on Loose" and described the attack in dramatic detail. The newspaper dubbed the mysterious figure the Mad Gasser of Mattoon, a name that captured the public imagination and suggested a deliberate, calculating criminal who used scientific knowledge for sinister purposes. Their sensational headlines painted a picture of a phantom-like figure who could enter homes undetected, render entire families unconscious, and disappear without a trace. The stories emphasized the vulnerability of ordinary families and the apparent helplessness of law enforcement to stop the attacks. The newspaper's coverage spread like wildfire through the community, and soon the entire town was gripped by fear. Copies of the Journal-Gazette were passed from neighbor to neighbor, with each retelling of the story adding new details and heightening the sense of panic. People who had never worried about crime began installing new locks, checking their windows obsessively, and arranging for neighbors to watch their homes. Over the next 2 weeks, police received dozens of reports of gas attacks that followed a remarkably similar pattern to the original Reef incident. The consistency of the reports was both compelling and puzzling. Families would wake up feeling sick and dizzy, often reporting a sweet smell in their homes. Many victims described temporary paralysis, particularly in their legs, making it impossible for them to pursue their attacker or escape from their bedrooms. The Carney family reported an attack on September 2nd that seemed to follow the same pattern as the Reef incident. Mrs. Carney woke up feeling nauseated and disoriented, with a burning sensation in her throat. The familiar sweet smell filled their bedroom, and she found herself unable to move her legs for several minutes. Her husband searched the property but found no evidence of an intruder. Some victims reported seeing a shadowy figure fleeing from their property, though descriptions varied wildly and often contradicted each other. Some witnesses described a tall, thin man dressed in dark clothing, while others reported seeing a short, heavy-set woman. Some said the figure moved with supernatural speed, while others claimed the intruder appeared to be limping or moving awkwardly. The inconsistency of these descriptions should have raised questions about their reliability, but in the atmosphere of fear and panic, each new report seemed to confirm the existence of the mysterious gasser. The attacks seemed to follow no logical pattern that investigators could discern. Victims came from all walks of life and lived in different neighborhoods throughout Mattoon. Some were wealthy business owners, others were factory workers or farmers. Some lived alone, others in large families. The randomness of the targets made it impossible for police to predict where the gasser might strike next or to provide effective protection for potential victims. Local police found themselves overwhelmed by the volume of reports and the pressure from terrified residents who demanded immediate action. Chief of Police Cole Henley had served in law enforcement for 15 years, but had never dealt with anything approaching the scale of the gasser panic. His small department, designed to handle routine crimes and minor disturbances, was ill-equipped to investigate dozens of mysterious attacks occurring simultaneously across the community. The police established special patrols in neighborhoods where attacks had been reported, but their efforts seemed futile. Officers would arrive at reported crime scenes within minutes of receiving calls, but they never found any evidence of an intruder or any trace of the mysterious gas. The lack of physical evidence was frustrating for investigators who were accustomed to crimes that left tangible clues behind. Pressure from the community and local politicians led Chief Henley to request assistance from state and federal authorities. The Illinois State Police sent investigators to Mattoon, and the FBI was contacted about the possibility that the attacks might involve interstate transportation of illegal substances or weapons. The involvement of state and federal agencies lent credibility to the idea that a real criminal was operating in Mattoon, further heightening public fear. The attacks reached their peak on September 5, 1944, when police received 5 separate reports of gassing incidents in a single night. The victims all reported the same symptoms: nausea, temporary paralysis, and the distinctive sweet smell. The concentration of attacks in one night suggested that either the gasser was becoming more bold and active, or something else was causing the sudden spike in reports. But investigators began to notice troubling inconsistencies in the supposed crime scenes. Many of the homes where attacks were reported showed no signs of forced entry or disturbance. Windows that were allegedly used as entry points were often too small for an adult to climb through, and some were located on upper floors that would have been impossible to reach without a ladder that would have left obvious evidence of its use. The Williamson family reported an attack that occurred in their second-floor bedroom, accessed through a window that was barely 12 inches wide and 20 feet above the ground. The idea that an intruder could have climbed to that height, squeezed through such a narrow opening, administered gas to the sleeping family, and escaped without leaving any trace seemed increasingly implausible to investigators. Medical professionals who examined the victims found themselves in a puzzling situation. The patients clearly exhibited genuine symptoms including nausea, disorientation, and temporary muscle weakness. But blood tests came back normal, and there was no evidence of poisoning or chemical exposure. The symptoms, while distressing, seemed to resolve quickly without any medical treatment, which was unusual for cases of genuine chemical poisoning. Dr. William Dancer, who treated several of the supposed victims, noted that many of the symptoms were consistent with anxiety and panic attacks rather than chemical exposure. The rapid onset and quick resolution of the symptoms, combined with the lack of any lasting effects, suggested a psychological rather than physical cause. But when Dr. Dancer gently suggested this possibility to his patients, they reacted with anger and disbelief. Dr. Donald Johnson, the Mattoon City Health Commissioner, was among the first medical professionals to publicly suggest that the gassing incidents might be cases of mass hysteria rather than actual attacks. He pointed out that many of the symptoms reported by victims, including nausea, dizziness, and temporary weakness, were consistent with hyperventilation and anxiety responses that could be triggered by fear and suggestion. The sweet smell that victims consistently reported could be explained by heightened sensitivity during times of stress, Dr. Johnson argued. When people are frightened and hypervigilant, they become more aware of ordinary household odors that they would normally ignore. Cooking smells, cleaning products, or even natural odors from outside could be perceived as threatening when a person is in a state of heightened anxiety. But Dr. Johnson's suggestion was met with anger and disbelief from the community and the supposed victims. Families who had experienced the attacks felt that their suffering was being dismissed and trivialized by medical professionals who hadn't witnessed their ordeal firsthand. They pointed to the consistency of the reports and the similar symptoms across multiple households as evidence that something genuinely sinister was happening in their town. The controversy deepened when the Illinois State Police took over the investigation from local authorities. Detective Lieutenant John Sullivan, who headed the state investigation, brought a more analytical approach to the case. His team conducted systematic interviews with all reported victims, analyzed the supposed crime scenes using scientific methods, and consulted with experts in chemistry and toxicology. After conducting their own comprehensive analysis of the evidence, the state police reached conclusions that contradicted the prevailing community belief in a phantom gasser. Their report, released in mid-September 1944, stated that there was no evidence of any criminal using gas to attack residents of Mattoon. The investigators concluded that the incidents were likely cases of mass psychogenic illness triggered by newspaper coverage and community fear. The state police findings were supported by several factors that investigators had noticed throughout the crisis. The attacks had begun immediately after intensive newspaper coverage of the first incident, suggesting that media attention had played a crucial role in spreading the phenomenon. The timing was too coincidental to ignore. Within days of the first sensational newspaper report, cases began appearing throughout the community. Many of the reported symptoms could be explained by anxiety and hyperventilation, conditions that can cause dizziness, nausea, and muscle weakness, remarkably similar to what victims attributed to chemical exposure. The sweet smell that victims consistently reported was never verified by investigators, despite their presence at many of the supposed crime scenes within minutes of the reports. Police officers, firefighters, and other first responders, who arrived quickly at the scenes, never detected any unusual odors. Perhaps most tellingly, the attack stopped almost immediately after the Illinois State Police announced their conclusions and local newspapers began reporting on the mass hysteria theory. If a real anesthetist had been operating in Mattoon, it seemed highly unlikely that they would have ceased their activities simply because authorities had labeled them as non-existent. A genuine criminal would more likely have continued their activities, or perhaps even escalated them in response to the increased attention. The sudden cessation of reports following the official debunking was one of the strongest pieces of evidence supporting the mass hysteria explanation. Real crimes don't typically end because authorities announce they don't exist, but psychological phenomena often dissipate when the underlying beliefs that sustain them are challenged by credible sources. But the debate over the mad gasser of Mattoon was far from over, and the community remained divided about what had really happened during those terrifying weeks in September. Supporters of the mass hysteria theory pointed to several factors that supported their interpretation. The phenomenon had occurred during World War II, a time of heightened anxiety and fear throughout American communities. People were already on edge due to concerns about enemy attacks, rationing, and family members serving overseas. Mattoon was home to a large chemical plant operated by the Commercial Solvents Corporation, making residents particularly sensitive to concerns about gas attacks. The plant produced various industrial chemicals, and workers and community members were well aware of the potential dangers associated with chemical exposure. This background knowledge may have made reports of gas attacks seem more plausible and frightening than they would have in other communities. The symptoms reported by victims were entirely consistent with anxiety and panic responses, supporters of the hysteria theory argued. When people are frightened, their bodies produce stress hormones that can cause nausea, dizziness, muscle weakness, and other physical symptoms that genuinely distress the sufferer. The fact that these symptoms were real didn't mean they were caused by external chemical agents. Critics of the mass hysteria explanation argued that it was too convenient, a way for authorities to dismiss legitimate concerns without conducting a thorough investigation. They pointed out that the initial victims, particularly Aline Reef, had experienced genuine physical symptoms that couldn't be easily explained by anxiety alone. The consistency of reports across different families and neighborhoods suggested something more than individual psychological problems. Some researchers and amateur investigators continued to explore the possibility that the attacks might have been the work of a real individual, using homemade chemical devices. They suggested that someone with knowledge of chemistry might have been able to create a gas that would dissipate quickly, without leaving traces that could be detected by the investigative techniques available in 1944. The timing of the attacks, always occurring late at night when victims were asleep and vulnerable, suggested planning and deliberation that seemed inconsistent with mass hysteria. If the incidents were purely psychological, critics argued, they would be more likely to occur at random times rather than following such a consistent pattern. The fact that attacks always happened when families were asleep suggested that someone was deliberately choosing times when victims would be most vulnerable. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Mattoon case was the role that media coverage played in shaping and potentially spreading the phenomenon. The local newspapers' sensational headlines and detailed descriptions of the attacks may have provided a template for subsequent reports. People who read about the symptoms experienced by other victims might have unconsciously reproduced those same symptoms when they felt anxious or noticed unusual smells in their own homes. This theory is supported by research into the psychology of mass hysteria, which shows that media coverage can play a crucial role in spreading psychogenic symptoms through a community. When people are exposed to detailed descriptions of symptoms, they may become hypervigilant for signs of those same symptoms in themselves. Combined with heightened anxiety and fear, this hypervigilance can lead to the misinterpretation of normal bodily sensations as signs of illness or attack. The newspaper coverage in Mattoon was particularly detailed and dramatic, describing not only the symptoms experienced by victims, but also the terror and helplessness they felt during the attacks. These vivid descriptions may have planted suggestions in readers' minds about what they might experience if they encountered the mysterious gasser. The power of suggestion is well documented in psychological research, and under conditions of high stress and fear, people can develop genuine physical symptoms based on their expectations and beliefs. The Mattoon case also highlighted the complex social dynamics that can emerge during episodes of mass hysteria. As reports of attacks multiplied, community members found themselves divided between believers and skeptics. Those who reported symptoms often felt validated by others who had similar experiences, creating a sense of solidarity among victims that reinforced their belief in the reality of the attacks. This mutual validation made it difficult for individuals to question their own experiences or consider alternative explanations. Meanwhile, those who questioned the reality of the attacks were often accused of being insensitive, naive, or even complicit in covering up the truth. The social pressure to believe in the gasser became intense, with skepticism viewed as a form of betrayal of the community and its victims. This dynamic made it increasingly difficult for rational discussion about alternative explanations to take place. Medical professionals found themselves in a particularly difficult position during the crisis. They were faced with patients who were genuinely distressed and experiencing real symptoms, but physical examinations and tests revealed no evidence of poisoning or chemical exposure. Some doctors tried to validate their patients' experiences while gently suggesting psychological explanations, but others dismissed the reports outright, leading to feelings of abandonment and mistrust among the supposed victims. The relationship between the medical community and the affected families became increasingly strained as the crisis continued. Patients felt that doctors were dismissing their suffering and refusing to take their symptoms seriously. Doctors, meanwhile, found themselves caught between their professional obligation to provide accurate diagnoses and their desire to be compassionate toward genuinely distressed patients. Dr. James Mitchell, who treated several families during the height of the panic, later reflected on the difficulty of the situation. He noted that while the symptoms experienced by victims were real and distressing, the medical evidence simply didn't support the existence of a chemical attack. Yet when he tried to explain this to patients, they often became angry and sought treatment elsewhere, sometimes turning to alternative practitioners who validated their beliefs about being gassed. The aftermath of the Mad Gasser incidents revealed important insights into the nature of mass psychogenic illness and its impact on communities. While the acute phase of the hysteria lasted only a few weeks, its effects lingered much longer in the collective memory of Mattoon. Some residents continued to believe that they had been the victims of a real attacker, and the incident became part of the town's folklore, passed down through generations as a mysterious unsolved crime. The case also demonstrated how quickly fear can spread through a community, especially when amplified by media coverage and social networks. In an era before television and the internet, the local newspaper served as the primary source of information about the attacks, and its coverage significantly influenced public perception of the events. The power of media to shape collective beliefs and behaviors became evident as reports of attacks closely followed the patterns described in newspaper coverage. Local businesses felt the economic impact of the panic as people became afraid to leave their homes at night. Restaurants, movie theaters, and other evening entertainment venues saw significant drops in attendance. Some families left town temporarily to stay with relatives in other areas, and real estate agents reported difficulty selling homes in neighborhoods where attacks had been reported. The social fabric of the community was also affected in lasting ways. Neighbors who had once trusted each other began to view everyone with suspicion, wondering if the gasser might be someone they knew. The close-knit character of small-town life was damaged by fear and suspicion that took years to fully heal. Modern researchers studying the Mattoon case have identified several factors that made this particular community susceptible to mass hysteria. The town was relatively isolated, creating a closed social network where rumors and fears could spread rapidly without being diluted by outside perspectives. The wartime context heightened general anxiety levels, making residents more likely to interpret ambiguous situations as threatening. The presence of the Commercial Solvents Corporation chemical plant in the area made concerns about gas attacks seem plausible and provided a logical framework for understanding the mysterious symptoms. Workers at the plant were familiar with the effects of chemical exposure, and this knowledge may have influenced how community members interpreted their symptoms. The demographic characteristics of Mattoon also played a role in the development of the hysteria. Like many small Midwestern towns, Mattoon had a relatively homogeneous population with strong social networks and shared cultural values. This social cohesion, while generally beneficial, can sometimes facilitate the rapid spread of collective beliefs and behaviors. The gender distribution of reported victims also followed patterns commonly seen in cases of mass psychogenic illness. Women reported symptoms more frequently than men, a pattern that some researchers attribute to social factors rather than biological differences. Women in 1940s America were often more likely to report illness and seek medical attention, and they may have felt more vulnerable to the threat of a mysterious attacker. The age distribution of victims also revealed interesting patterns. Most of the reported cases involved adults rather than children or elderly individuals. This pattern suggested that the victims were people who were old enough to understand the implications of the attacks, but young enough to be actively engaged in community life and exposed to social influences. Investigators noted that many of the families who reported attacks were relatively new to the community or were going through periods of personal stress. Recent moves, job changes, marital problems, or financial difficulties may have made these individuals more susceptible to anxiety and more likely to interpret ambiguous symptoms as signs of external threat. The seasonal timing of the attacks, occurring during late summer and early fall, may also have played a role in the development of the hysteria. This period often brings changes in routine as children return to school and summer activities wind down. The changing weather and shorter days can affect mood and increase anxiety levels in susceptible individuals. The Mad Gasser of Mattoon remains one of the most thoroughly documented cases of mass hysteria in American history, providing valuable insights into the psychological and social mechanisms that can drive communities to collectively experience unexplained phenomena. The case demonstrates how ordinary people, under the right conditions of stress, suggestion, and social influence, can become convinced of realities that exist primarily in the realm of shared belief rather than physical fact. Whether the initial incident involving the Reef family was triggered by a real chemical exposure that set off subsequent psychological reactions, or whether the entire episode was the result of suggestion and social contagion, the case illustrates the powerful role that fear, media coverage, and community dynamics can play in shaping collective experience. The investigation techniques available in 1944 were limited compared to modern forensic capabilities, leading some to argue that a real perpetrator might have escaped detection. However, the consistency of the evidence pointing towards psychological rather than physical causes, combined with the sudden cessation of attacks following official debunking, strongly supports the mass hysteria explanation. The story serves as a reminder that the line between individual and collective psychology is often blurred, and that under the right conditions, entire communities can become convinced of realities that challenge conventional understanding. The power of suggestion, amplified by media coverage and social networks, can create experiences that feel completely real to those who live through them. The legacy of the Mad Gasser of Mattoon extends beyond the specific events of September 1944. The case has become a classic example used by psychologists, sociologists, and public health officials to understand how mass psychogenic illness develops and spreads. It demonstrates the importance of careful investigation, objective analysis, and sensitive communication when dealing with collective health scares. The case also highlights the ethical challenges faced by authorities and medical professionals when dealing with mass hysteria. How do you provide compassionate care for people experiencing genuine distress while also preventing the spread of unfounded fears? How do you balance the need for public safety with the responsibility to avoid causing panic? These questions remain relevant today as communities continue to face various forms of collective health scares, from concerns about environmental toxins to fears about infectious diseases. The lessons learned from cases like the Mad Gasser of Mattoon provide valuable guidance for understanding and managing these modern challenges. Even today, decades after the last reported attack, the Mad Gasser of Mattoon continues to fascinate researchers, historians, and anyone interested in the mysteries of human psychology. The case stands as a powerful example of how ordinary communities can become swept up in extraordinary events, and how the search for rational explanations can sometimes be as elusive as the phantom figures that seem to lurk at the edges of our collective nightmares. The story reminds us that reality is often more complex than it appears, and that the human experience encompasses dimensions that extend far beyond the purely physical. In understanding cases like the Mad Gasser of Mattoon, we gain insight not only into the nature of mass hysteria, but into the fundamental ways that fear, belief, and social influence shape our perception of the world around us. The mystery of what really happened in Mattoon during those frightening weeks in 1944 may never be completely solved to everyone's satisfaction. But perhaps the enduring value of the case lies not in finding definitive answers, but in the questions it raises about the nature of human experience, the power of collective belief, and the complex interplay between mind and reality that continues to shape our understanding of ourselves and our communities. The human mind is capable of incredible things: belief, fear, imagination. But sometimes those forces collide in ways we still don't fully understand. The stories we've uncovered tonight are just a glimpse into the strange world of mass hysteria and shared delusions, events that defy logic and leave behind more questions than answers. But for every mystery we explain, dozens more remain. If you enjoyed this journey into the unexplained, consider subscribing and exploring our other deep dives into the bizarre, the forgotten, and the unsettling. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time.